Fifth Division, Part 1 of Human, All Too Human, a book for free spirits by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Helen Zimmern, 1846 to 1934. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Signs of Higher and Lower Culture, Part 1, 224. Ennoblement through Degeneration. History teaches that a race of people is best preserved where the greater number hold one common spirit in consequence of the similarity of their accustomed and indisputable principles, in consequence, therefore, of their common faith. Thus strength is afforded by good and thorough customs, thus is learnt the subjection of the individual, and strenuousness of character becomes a birth gift, and afterwards is fostered as a habit. The danger to these communities, founded on individuals of strong and similar character, is that gradually increasing stupidity through transmission, which follows all stability like its shadow. It is on the more unrestricted, more uncertain, and morally weaker individuals that depends the intellectual progress of such communities. It is they who attempt all that is new and manifold. Numbers of these perish on account of their weakness, without having achieved any specially visible effect. But generally, particularly when they have descendants, they flare up and from time to time inflict a wound on the stable element of the community. Precisely in this sore and weakened place, the community is inoculated with something new, but its general strength must be great enough to absorb and assimilate this new thing into its blood. Deviating natures are of the utmost importance wherever there is to be progress. Every wholesale progress must be preceded by a partial weakening. The strongest natures retain the type, the weaker ones help it to develop. Something similar happens in the case of individuals. A deterioration, a mutilation, even a vice, and above all a physical or moral loss, is seldom without its advantage. For instance, a sickly man in the midst of a warlike and restless race will perhaps have more chance of being alone and thereby growing quieter and wiser. The one-eyed man will possess a stronger eye, the blind man will have a deeper inward sight, and will certainly have a keener sense of hearing. In so far, it appears to me that the famous struggle for existence is not the only point of view from which an explanation can be given of the progress or strengthening of an individual or a race. Rather must two different things converge. Firstly, the multiplying of stable strength through mental binding in faith and common feeling. Secondly, the possibility of attaining to higher aims, through the fact that there are deviating natures, and in consequence partial weakening and wounding of the stable strength. It is precisely the weaker nature, as the more delicate and free, that makes all progress at all possible. A people that is crumbling and weak in any one part, but as a whole still strong and healthy, is able to absorb the infection of what is new and incorporate it to its advantage. The task of education in a single individual is this: to plant him so firmly and surely that as a whole he can no longer be diverted from his path. Then, however, the educator must wound him, or else make use of the wounds which fate inflicts, and when pain and need have thus arisen, something new and noble can be inoculated into the wounded places. With regard to the state, Machiavelli says that the form of government is of very small importance, although half-educated people think otherwise. The great aim of statecraft should be duration, which outweighs all else, inasmuch as it is more valuable than liberty. It is only with securely founded and guaranteed duration, that continual development and ennobling inoculation are at all possible. As a rule, however, authority, the dangerous companion of all duration, will rise in opposition to this. 225. Freethinker, a relative term. We call that man a freethinker who thinks otherwise than is expected of him in consideration of his origin, surroundings, position, and office, or by reason of the prevailing contemporary views. He is the exception; fettered minds are the rule. These latter reproach him, saying that his free principles either have their origin in a desire to be remarkable, or else cause free actions to be inferred, that is to say, actions which are not compatible with fettered morality. Sometimes it is also said that the cause of such and such free principles may be traced to mental perversity and extravagance. But only malice speaks thus, nor does it believe what it says, but wishes thereby to do an injury. For the freethinker usually bears the proof of his greater goodness and keenness of intellect written in his face so plainly that the fettered spirits understand it well enough. But the two other derivations of free thought are honestly intended. As a matter of fact, many freethinkers are created in one or other of these ways. For this reason, however, the tenets to which they attain in this manner might be truer and more reliable than those of the fettered spirits. In the knowledge of truth, what really matters is the possession of it, not the impulse under which it was sought, the way in which it was found. If the freethinkers are right, then the fettered spirits are wrong, and it is a matter of indifference whether the former have reached truth through immorality, or the latter hitherto retained hold of untruths through morality. Moreover, it is not essential to the freethinker that he should hold more correct views, but that he should have liberated himself from what was customary, be it successfully or disastrously. As a rule, however, he will have truth, or at least the spirit of truth investigation, on his side. He demands reasons, the others demand faith. 226. The origin of faith. The fettered spirit does not take up his position from conviction, but from habit. He is a Christian, for instance, not because he had a comprehension of different creeds and could take his choice. He is an Englishman, not because he decided for England, but he found Christianity and England ready-made, and accepted them without any reason, just as one who is born in a wine country becomes a wine drinker. Later on, perhaps, as he was a Christian and an Englishman, he discovered a few reasons in favor of his habit. These reasons may be upset, but he is not therefore upset in his whole position. For instance, let a fettered spirit be obliged to bring forward his reasons against bigamy, and then it will be seen whether his holy zeal in favor of monogamy is based upon reason or upon custom. The adoption of guiding principles without reasons is called faith. 227. Conclusions drawn from the consequences and traced back to reason and unreason. All states and orders of society, professions, matrimony, education, law, all these find strength and duration only in the faith which the fettered spirits repose in them. That is, in the absence of reasons, or at least in the averting of inquiries as to reasons. The restricted spirits do not willingly acknowledge this, and feel that it is a pudendum. Christianity, however, which was very simple in its intellectual ideas, remarked nothing of this pudendum, required faith and nothing but faith, and passionately repulsed the demand for reasons. It pointed to the success of faith. You will soon feel the advantages of faith, it suggested, and through faith shall ye be saved. As an actual fact, the state pursues the same course, and every father brings up his son in the same way. Only believe this, he says, and you will soon feel the good it does. This implies, however, that the truth of an opinion is proved by its personal usefulness. The wholesomeness of a doctrine must be a guarantee for its intellectual surety and solidity. It is exactly as if an accused person in a court of law were to say, "My counsel speaks the whole truth, for only see what is the result of his speech. I shall be acquitted." Because the fettered spirits retain their principles on account of their usefulness, they suppose that the free spirit also seeks his own advantage in his views, and only holds that to be true which is profitable to him. But as he appears to find profitable just the contrary of that which his compatriots or equals find profitable, these latter assume that his principles are dangerous to them. They say or feel, "He must not be right, for he is injurious to us." 228. The strong, good character, the restriction of views, which habit has made instinct, leads to what is called strength of character. When any one acts from few, but always from the same motives, his actions acquire great energy. If these actions accord with the principles of the fettered spirits, they are recognized, and they produce, moreover, in those who perform them the sensation of a good conscience. Few motives, energetic action, and a good conscience compose what is called strength of character. The man of strong character lacks a knowledge of the many possibilities and directions of action. His intellect is fettered and restricted, because in a given case it shows him perhaps only two possibilities. Between these two he must now of necessity choose, in accordance with his whole nature, and he does this easily and quickly, because he has not to choose between 50 possibilities. The educating surroundings aim at fettering every individual by always placing before him the smallest number of possibilities. The individual is always treated by his educators as if he were, indeed, something new, but should become a duplicate. If he makes his first appearance as something unknown, unprecedented, he must be turned into something known and precedented. In a child, the familiar manifestation of restriction is called a good character. In placing itself on the side of the fettered spirits, the child first discloses its awakening common feeling. With this foundation of common sentiment, he will eventually become useful to his state or rank. 229. The standards and values of the fettered spirits. There are 4 species of things concerning which the restricted spirits say they are in the right. Firstly, all things that last are right. Secondly, all things that are not burdens to us are right. Thirdly, all things that are advantageous for us are right. Fourthly, all things for which we have made sacrifices are right. The last sentence, for instance, explains why a war that was begun in opposition to popular feeling is carried on with enthusiasm directly a sacrifice has been made for it. The free spirits who bring their case before the forum of the fettered spirits must prove that free spirits always existed, that free spiritism is therefore enduring, that it will not become a burden, and finally, that on the whole they are an advantage to the fettered spirits. It is because they cannot convince the restricted spirits on this last point that they profit nothing by having proved the first and second propositions. 230. Esprit fort. Compared with him who has tradition on his side, and requires no reasons for his actions, the free spirit is always weak, especially in action, for he is acquainted with too many motives and points of view, and has therefore an uncertain and unpractised hand. What means exist of making him strong in spite of this, so that he will at least manage to survive, and will not perish ineffectually? What is the source of the strong spirit, esprit fort? This is especially the question as to the production of genius. Whence comes the energy, the unbending strength, the endurance with which the one, in opposition to accepted ideas, endeavors to obtain an entirely individual knowledge of the world? 231. The rise of genius. The ingenuity with which a prisoner seeks the means of freedom, the most cold-blooded and patient employment of every smallest advantage, can teach us of what tools nature sometimes makes use in order to produce genius. A word which I beg will be understood without any mythological and religious flavor. She, nature, begins it in a dungeon, and excites to the utmost its desire to free itself. Or, to give another picture, someone who has completely lost his way in a wood, but who with unusual energy strives to reach the open in one direction or another, will sometimes discover a new path which nobody knew previously. Thus arise geniuses who are credited with originality. It has already been said that mutilation, crippling, or the loss of some important organ is frequently the cause of the unusual development of another organ, because this one has to fulfill its own and also another function. This explains the source of many a brilliant talent. These general remarks on the origin of genius may be applied to the special case, the origin of the perfect free spirit. 232. Conjecture as to the origin of free spiritism. Just as the glaciers increase when in equatorial regions the sun shines upon the seas with greater force than hitherto, so may a very strong and spreading free spiritism be a proof that somewhere or other the force of feeling has grown extraordinarily. 233. The voice of history. In general, history appears to teach the following about the production of genius. It ill-treats and torments mankind, calls to the passions of envy, hatred, and rivalry, drives them to desperation, people against people, throughout whole centuries. Then, perhaps like a stray spark from the terrible energy thereby aroused, there flames up suddenly the light of genius. The will, like a horse maddened by the rider's spur, thereupon breaks out and leaps over into another domain. He who could attain to a comprehension of the production of genius, and desires to carry out practically the manner in which nature usually goes to work, would have to be just as evil and regardless as nature itself. But perhaps we have not heard rightly. 234. The value of the middle of the road. It is possible that the production of genius is reserved to a limited period of mankind's history. For we must not expect from the future everything that very defined conditions were able to produce, for instance, not the astounding effects of religious feeling. This has had its day, and much that is very good can never grow again, because it could grow out of that alone. There will never again be a horizon of life and culture that is bounded by religion. Perhaps even the type of the saint is only possible with that certain narrowness of intellect which apparently has completely disappeared. And thus the greatest height of intelligence has perhaps been reserved for a single age. It appeared and appears, for we are still in that age, when an extraordinary, long accumulated energy of will concentrates itself, as an exceptional case, upon intellectual aims. That height will no longer exist when this wildness and energy cease to be cultivated. Mankind probably approaches nearer to its actual aim in the middle of its road, in the middle time of its existence, than at the end. It may be that powers with which, for instance, art is a condition, die out altogether. The pleasure in lying, in the undefined, the symbolical, in intoxication, in ecstasy, might fall into disrepute. For certainly when life is ordered in the perfect state, the present will provide no more motive for poetry, and it would only be those persons who had remained behind who would ask for poetical unreality. These, then, would assuredly look longingly backwards to the times of the imperfect state of half barbaric society, to our times. 235. Genius and the ideal state in conflict. The Socialists demand a comfortable life for the greatest possible number. If the lasting house of this life of comfort, the perfect state, had really been attained, then this life of comfort would have destroyed the ground out of which grow the great intellect and the mighty individual generally. I mean powerful energy. Were this state reached, mankind would have grown too weary to be still capable of producing genius. Must we not hence wish that life should retain its forcible character, and that wild forces and energies should continue to be called forth afresh? But warm and sympathetic hearts desire precisely the removal of that wild and forcible character, and the warmest hearts we can imagine desire it the most passionately of all, whilst all the time its passion derived its fire, its warmth, its very existence, precisely from that wild and forcible character. The warmest heart, therefore, desires the removal of its own foundation, the destruction of itself. That is, it desires something illogical. It is not intelligent. The highest intelligence and the warmest heart cannot exist together in one person. And the wise man who passes judgment upon life looks beyond goodness, and only regards it as something which is not without value in the general summing up of life. The wise man must oppose those digressive wishes of unintelligent goodness, because he has an interest in the continuance of his type, and in the eventual appearance of the highest intellect. At least, and in the eventual appearance of the highest intellect, at least he will not advance the founding of the perfect state, inasmuch as there is only room in it for wearied individuals. Christ, on the contrary, he whom we may consider to have had the warmest heart, advanced the process of making man stupid, placed himself on the side of the intellectually poor, and retarded the production of the greatest intellect, and this was consistent. His opposite, the man of perfect wisdom, this may be safely prophesied, will just as necessarily hinder the production of a Christ. The state is a wise arrangement for the protection of one individual against another. If its ennobling is exaggerated, the individual will at last be weakened by it, even effaced. Thus the original purpose of the state will be most completely frustrated. 236. The zones of culture. It may be figuratively said that the ages of culture correspond to the zones of the various climates, only that they lie one behind another, and not beside each other like the geographical zones. In comparison with the temperate zone of culture, which it is our object to enter, the past, speaking generally, gives the impression of a tropical climate. Violent contrasts, sudden changes between day and night, heat and color splendor, the reverence of all that was sudden, mysterious, terrible, the rapidity with which storms broke, everywhere that lavish abundance of the provisions of nature, and opposed to this in our culture, a clear but by no means bright sky, pure but fairly unchanging air, sharpness, even cold at times. Thus the two zones are contrasts to each other. When we see how in that former zone the most raging passions are suppressed and broken down with mysterious force by metaphysical representations, we feel as if wild tigers were being crushed before our very eyes in the coils of mighty serpents. Our mental climate lacks such episodes. Our imagination is temperate. Even in dreams there does not happen to us what former peoples saw waking. But should we not rejoice at this change, even granted that artists are essentially spoiled by the disappearance of the tropical culture, and find us non-artists a little too timid? In so far, artists are certainly right to deny progress, for indeed it is doubtful whether the last 3,000 years show an advance in the arts. In the same way, a metaphysical philosopher like Schopenhauer would have no cause to acknowledge progress with a regard to metaphysical philosophy and religion, if he glanced back over the last 4,000 years. For us, however, the existence even of the temperate zones of culture is progress. 237. Renaissance and Reformation. The Italian Renaissance contained within itself all the positive forces to which we owe modern culture. Such were the liberation of thought, the disregard of authorities, the triumph of education over the darkness of tradition, enthusiasm for science and the scientific past of mankind, the unfettering of the individual, an ardor for truthfulness, and a dislike of delusion and mere effect, which ardor blazed forth in an entire company of artistic characters, who with the greatest moral purity required from themselves perfection in their works, and nothing but perfection. Yes, the Renaissance had positive forces which have, as yet, never become so mighty again in our modern culture. It was the golden age of the last 1,000 years, in spite of all its blemishes and vices. On the other hand, the German Reformation stands out as an energetic protest of antiquated spirits, who were by no means tired of mediaeval views of life, and who received the signs of its dissolution, the extraordinary flatness and alienation of the religious life, with deep dejection instead of with the rejoicing that would have been seemly. With their northern strength and stiff-neckedness, they threw mankind back again, brought about the Counter-Reformation, that is, a Catholic Christianity of self-defense, with all the violences of a state of siege, and delayed for 2 or 3 centuries the complete awakening and mastery of the sciences, just as they probably made forever impossible the complete intergrowth of the antique and the modern spirit. The great task of the Renaissance could not be brought to a termination. This was prevented by the protest of the contemporary backward German spirit, which for its salvation had had sufficient sense in the Middle Ages to cross the Alps again and again. It was the chance of an extraordinary constellation of politics that Luther was preserved, and that his protest gained strength, for the emperor protected him in order to employ him as a weapon against the Pope, and in the same way he was secretly favored by the Pope in order to use the Protestant princes as a counterweight against the emperor. Without this curious counterplay of intentions, Luther would have been burnt like Huss, and the morning sun of enlightenment would probably have risen somewhat earlier, and with a splendor more beauteous than we can now imagine. 238. Justice against the becoming God. When the entire history of culture unfolds itself to our gaze as a confusion of evil and noble, of true and false ideas, and we feel almost seasick at the sight of these tumultuous waves, we then understand what comfort resides in the conception of a becoming God. This deity is unveiled ever more and more throughout the changes and fortunes of mankind. It is not all blind mechanism, a senseless and aimless confusion of forces. The deification of the process of being is a metaphysical outlook, seen as from a lighthouse overlooking the sea of history, in which a far too historical generation of scholars found their comfort. This must not arouse anger, however erroneous the view may be. Only those who, like Schopenhauer, deny development also feel none of the misery of this historical wave, and therefore, because they know nothing of that becoming God and the need of his supposition, they should in justice withhold their scorn. 239. The fruits according to their seasons. Every better future that is desired for mankind is necessarily, in many respects, also a worse future, for it is foolishness to suppose that a new, higher grade of humanity will combine in itself all the good points of former grades, and must produce, for instance, the highest form of art. Rather has every season its own advantages and charms, which exclude those of the other seasons. That which has grown out of religion and in its neighborhood cannot grow again if this has been destroyed. At the most, straggling and belated offshoots may lead to deception on that point, like the occasional outbreaks of remembrance of the old art, a condition that probably betrays the feeling of loss and deprivation, but which is no proof of the power from which a new art might be born. 240. The increasing severity of the world. The higher culture an individual attains, the less field there is left for mockery and scorn. Voltaire thanked heaven from his heart for the invention of marriage and the church, by which it had so well provided for our cheer. But he and his time, and before him the 16th century, had exhausted their ridicule on this theme. Everything that is now made fun of on this theme is out of date, and above all, too cheap to tempt a purchaser. Causes are now inquired after. Ours is an age of seriousness. Who cares now to discern laughingly the difference between reality and pretentious sham, between that which man is and that which he wishes to represent? The feeling of this contrast has quite a different effect if we seek reasons. The more thoroughly anyone understands life, the less he will mock, though finally perhaps he will mock at the thoroughness of his understanding. 241. The genius of culture. If anyone wished to imagine a genius of culture, what would it be like? It handles as its tools falsehood, force, and thoughtless selfishness so surely that I could only be called an evil, demoniacal being, but its aims, which are occasionally transparent, are great and good. It is a centaur, half beast, half man, and in addition has angels' wings upon its head. 242. The miracle education. Interest in education will acquire great strength only from the moment when belief in a God and his care is renounced. Just as the art of healing you only flourished when the belief in miracle cures ceased. So far, however, there is universal belief in the miracle education. Out of the greatest disorder and confusion of aims and unfavorableness of conditions, the most fertile and mighty men have been seen to grow. Could this happen naturally? Soon these cases will be more closely looked into, more carefully examined, but miracles will never be discovered. In similar circumstances, countless persons perish constantly. The few saved have therefore usually grown stronger because they endured these bad conditions by virtue of an inexhaustible inborn strength, and this strength they had also exercised and increased by fighting against these circumstances. Thus the miracle is explained. An education that no longer believes in miracles must pay attention to three things. First, how much energy is inherited. Secondly, by what means can new energy be aroused? Thirdly, how can the individual be adapted to so many and manifold claims of culture without being disquieted and destroying his personality? In short, how can the individual be initiated into the counterpoint of private and public culture? How can he lead the melody and at the same time accompany it? 243. The future of the physician. There is now no profession which would admit of such an enhancement as that of the physician. That is, after the spiritual physicians, the so-called pastors, are no longer allowed to practice their conjuring tricks to public applause, and a cultured person gets out of their way. The highest mental development of a physician has not yet been reached. Even if he understands the best and newest methods, is practiced in them, and knows how to draw those rapid conclusions from effects to causes for which the diagnostics are celebrated. Besides this, he must possess a gift of eloquence that adapts itself to every individual and draws his heart out of his body. A manliness, the sight of which alone drives away all despondency, the canker of all sick people. The tact and suppleness of a diplomatist in negotiations between such as have need of joy for their recovery and such as, for reasons of health, must and can give joy. The acuteness of a detective and an attorney to divine the secrets of a soul without betraying them. In short, a good physician now has need of all the artifices and artistic privileges of every other professional class. Thus equipped, he is then ready to be a benefactor to the whole of society by increasing good works, mental joys, and fertility, by preventing evil thoughts, projects, and villainies, the evil source of which is so often the belly, by the restoration of a mental and physical aristocracy as a maker and hinderer of marriages, by judiciously checking all so-called soul torments and pricks of conscience. Thus from a medicine man he becomes a savior, and yet need work no miracle, neither is he obliged to let himself be crucified. 244. In the neighborhood of insanity, the sum of sensations, knowledge, and experiences, the whole burden of culture therefore has become so great that an overstraining of nerves and powers of thought is a common danger. Indeed, the cultivated classes of European countries are throughout neurotic, and almost every one of their great families is on the verge of insanity in one of their branches. True, health is now sought in every possible way, but in the main a diminution of that tension of feeling, of that oppressive burden of culture, is needful, which, even though it might be bought at a heavy sacrifice, would at least give us room for the great hope of a new Renaissance. To Christianity, to the philosophers, poets, and musicians, we owe an abundance of deeply emotional sensations. In order that these may not get beyond our control, we must invoke the spirit of science, which on the whole makes us somewhat colder and more skeptical, and in particular cools the faith in final and absolute truths. It is chiefly through Christianity that it has grown so wild. 245. The bell founding of culture. Culture has been made like a bell, within a covering of coarser, commoner material, falsehood, violence, the boundless extension of every individual I, of every separate people. This was the covering. Is it time to take it off? Has the liquid set? Have the good and useful impulses, the habits of the nobler nature, become so certain and so general that they no longer require to lean on metaphysics, and the errors of religion no longer have need of hardnesses and violence as powerful bonds between man and man, people and people? No sign from any God can any longer help us to answer this question. Our own insight must decide. The earthly rule of man must be taken in hand by man himself. His omniscience must watch over the further fate of culture with a sharp eye. 246. The Cyclops of Culture. Whoever has seen those furrowed basins which once contained glaciers will hardly deem it possible that a time will come when the same spot will be a valley of woods and meadows and streams. It is the same in the history of mankind. The wildest forces break the way, destructively at first, but their activity was nevertheless necessary in order that later on a milder civilization might build up its house. These terrible energies, that which is called evil, are the cyclopic architects and road makers of humanity. 247. The circulation of humanity. It is possible that all humanity is only a phase of development of a certain species of animal of limited duration. Men may have grown out of the ape and will return to the ape again, without anybody taking an interest in the ending of this curious comedy. Just as with the decline of Roman civilization, and its most important cause, the spread of Christianity, there was a general uglification of man within the Roman Empire, so through the eventual decline of general culture, there might result a far greater uglification, and finally an animalizing of man till he reached the ape. But just because we are able to face this prospect, we shall perhaps be able to avert such an end. 248. The consoling speech of a desperate advance. Our age gives the impression of an intermediate condition. The old ways of regarding the world, the old cultures still partially exist. The new are not yet sure and customary, and hence are without decision and consistency. It appears as if everything would become chaotic, as if the old were being lost, the new worthless, and ever becoming weaker. But this is what the soldier feels who is learning to march. For a time he is more uncertain and awkward, because his muscles are moved sometimes according to the old system, and sometimes according to the new, and neither gains a decisive victory. We waver, but it is necessary not to lose courage and give up what we have newly gained. Moreover, we cannot go back to the old. We have burnt our boats. There remains nothing but to be brave whatever happens. March ahead, only get forward. Perhaps our behavior looks like progress, but if not, then the words of Frederick the Great may also be applied to us, and indeed as a consolation. Ah, mon cher Sucer, vous ne connaissez pas assez cette race maudite à laquelle nous appartenons. 249. Suffering from past culture. Whoever has solved the problem of culture suffers from a feeling similar to that of one who has inherited unjustly gotten riches, or of a prince who reigns thanks to the violence of his ancestors. He thinks of their origin with grief, and is often ashamed, often irritable. The whole sum of strength, joy, vigor, which he devotes to his possessions, is often balanced by a deep weariness. He cannot forget their origin. He looks despondingly at the future. He knows well that his successors will suffer from the past as he does. 250. Manners. Good manners disappear in proportion as the influence of a court and an exclusive aristocracy lessens. This decrease can be plainly observed from decade to decade by those who have an eye for public behavior, which grows visibly more vulgar. No one any longer knows how to court and flatter intelligently. Hence arises the ludicrous fact that in cases where we must render actual homage to a great statesman or artist, for instance, the words of deepest feeling, of simple peasant-like honesty, have to be borrowed, owing to the embarrassment resulting from the lack of grace and wit. Thus the public ceremonious meeting of men appears ever more clumsy, but more full of feeling and honesty without really being so. But must there always be a decline in manners? It appears to me rather that manners take a deep curve, and that we are approaching their lowest point. When society has become sure of its intentions and principles, so that they have a molding effect, the manners we have learnt from former molding conditions are now inherited and always more weakly learnt. There will then be company, manners, gestures, and social expressions, which must appear as necessary and simply natural because they are intentions and principles. The better division of time and work, the gymnastic exercise, transformed into the accompaniment of all beautiful leisure, increased and severe meditation, which brings wisdom and suppleness even to the body, will bring all this in its train. Here indeed we might think with a smile of our scholars, and consider whether, as a matter of fact, they who wish to be regarded as the forerunners of that new culture are distinguished by their better manners. This is hardly the case, although their spirit may be willing enough, their flesh is weak. The past of culture is still too powerful in their muscles. They still stand in a fettered position, and are half worldly priests and half dependent educators of the upper classes, and besides this they have been rendered crippled and lifeless by the pedantry of science and by antiquated spiritless methods. In any case, therefore, they are physically and often three-fourths mentally still the courtiers of an old, even antiquated culture, and as such are themselves antiquated. The new spirit that occasionally inhabits these old dwellings often serves only to make them more uncertain and frightened. In them there dwell the ghosts of the past as well as the ghosts of the future. What wonder if they do not wear the best expression or show the most pleasing behavior? 251. The future of science. To him who works and seeks in her, science gives much pleasure. To him who learns her facts, very little. But as all important truths of science must gradually become commonplace and everyday matters, even this small amount of pleasure ceases, just as we have long ceased to take pleasure in learning the admirable multiplication table. Now if science goes on giving less pleasure in herself, and always takes more pleasure in throwing suspicion on the constellations of metaphysics, religion, and art, that greatest of all sources of pleasure, to which mankind owes almost its whole humanity, becomes impoverished. Therefore a higher culture must give man a double brain, two brain chambers, so to speak, one to feel science and the other to feel non-science, which can lie side by side without confusion, divisible, exclusive. This is a necessity of health. In one part lies the source of strength, in the other lies the regulator. It must be heated with illusions, one-sidednesses, passions, and the malicious and dangerous consequences of overheating must be averted by the help of conscious science. If this necessity of the higher culture is not satisfied, the further course of human development can almost certainly be foretold. The interest in what is true ceases as it guarantees less pleasure. Illusion, error, and imagination reconquer step by step the ancient territory because they are united to pleasure. The ruin of science, the relapse into barbarism is the next result. Mankind must begin to weave its web afresh after having, like Penelope, destroyed it during the night. But who will assure us that it will always find the necessary strength for this? 252. The pleasure in discernment. Why is discernment, that essence of the searcher and the philosopher, connected with pleasure? Firstly, and above all, because thereby we become conscious of our strength, for the same reason that gymnastic exercises, even without spectators, are enjoyable. Secondly, because in the course of knowledge we surpass older ideas and their representatives, and become, or believe ourselves to be, conquerors. Thirdly, because even a very little new knowledge exalts us above everyone, and makes us feel we are the only ones who know the subject aright. These are the three most important reasons of the pleasure, for there are many others according to the nature of the discerner. A not inconsiderable index of such is given, where no one would look for it, in a passage of my paranetic work on Schopenhauer. With the arrangement of which every experienced servant of knowledge may be satisfied, even though he might wish to dispense with the ironical touch that seems to pervade those pages. For if it be true that for the making of a scholar a number of very human impulses and desires must be thrown together, that the scholar is indeed a very noble but not a pure metal, and consists of a confused blending of very different impulses and attractions, the same thing may be said equally of the making and nature of the artist, the philosopher, and the moral genius. And whatever glorified great names there may be in that list, everything human deserves ironical consideration with respect to its origin. Therefore irony is so superfluous in the world. 253. Fidelity as a proof of validity. It is a perfect sign of a sound theory if during 40 years its originator does not mistrust it, but I maintain that there has never yet been a philosopher who has not eventually deprecated the philosophy of his youth. Perhaps, however, he has not spoken publicly of this change of opinion, for reasons of ambition, or what is more probable, in noble natures, out of delicate consideration for his adherents. 254. The increase of what is interesting. In the course of higher education, everything becomes interesting to man. He knows how to find the instructive side of a thing quickly, and to put his finger on the place where it can fill up a gap in his ideas, or where it may verify a thought. Through this, boredom disappears more and more, and so does excessive excitability of temperament. Finally, he moves among men like a botanist among plants, and looks upon himself as a phenomenon which only greatly excites his discerning instinct. 255. The superstition of the simultaneous. Simultaneous things hold together, it is said. A relative dies far away, and at the same time we dream about him, consequently. But countless relatives die, and we do not dream about them. It is like shipwrecked people who make vows. Afterwards, in the temples, we do not see the votive tablets of those who perished. A man dies, an owl hoots, a clock stops, all at 1 hour of the night. Must there not be some connection? Such an intimacy with nature as this supposition implies is flattering to mankind. This species of superstition is found again in a refined form in historians and delineators of culture, who usually have a kind of hydrophobic horror of all that senseless mixture in which individual and national life is so rich. End of Fifth Division, Part 1. Fifth Division of Human, All Too Human, a Book for Free Spirits by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Helen Zimmern. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fifth Division, The Signs of Higher and Lower Culture, Part 2. 256. Action and not knowledge exercised by science. The value of strictly pursuing science for a time does not lie precisely in its results, for these, in proportion to the ocean of what is worth knowing, are but an infinitesimally small drop, but it gives them additional energy, decisiveness, and toughness of endurance. It teaches how to attain an aim suitably. In so far it is very valuable, with a view to all that is done later on, to have once been a scientific man. 257. The youthful charm of science. The search for truth still retains the charm of being in strong contrast to gray and now tiresome error. But this charm is gradually disappearing. It is true we still live in the youthful age of science, and are accustomed to follow truth as a lovely girl. But how will it be when one day she becomes an elderly, ill-tempered looking woman? In almost all sciences, the fundamental knowledge is either found in earliest times, or is still being sought. What a different attraction this exerts, compared to that time when everything essential has been found, and there only remains for the seeker a scanty gleaning, which sensation may be learnt in several historical disciplines. 258. The statue of humanity. The genius of culture fares as did Cellini when his statue of Perseus was being cast. The molten mass threatened to run short, but it had to suffice. So he flung in his plates and dishes, and whatever else his hands fell upon. In the same way genius flings in errors, vices, hopes, ravings, and other things of baser as well as of nobler metal, for the statue of humanity must emerge and be finished. What does it matter if commoner material is used here and there? 259. A male culture. The Greek culture of the classic age is a male culture. As far as women are concerned, Pericles expresses everything in the funeral speech. They are best when they are as little spoken of as possible amongst men. The erotic relation of men to youths was the necessary and sole preparation, to a degree unattainable to our comprehension, of all manly education, pretty much as for a long time all higher education of women was only attainable through love and marriage. All idealism of the strength of the Greek nature threw itself into that relation, and it is probable that never since have young men been treated so attentively, so lovingly, so entirely with a view to their welfare, virtus, as in the 5th and 6th centuries B.C., according to the beautiful saying of Hölderlin, "Den Liebend gibt der Sterbliche vom Besten." The higher the light in which this relation was regarded, the lower sank intercourse with woman. Nothing else was taken into consideration than the production of children and lust. There was no intellectual intercourse, not even real love making. If it be further remembered that women were even excluded from contests and spectacles of every description, there only remained the religious cults as their sole higher occupation. For although in the tragedies Electra and Antigone were represented, this was only tolerated in art, but not liked in real life, just as now we cannot endure anything pathetic in life, but like it in art. The women had no other mission than to produce beautiful, strong bodies, in which the father's character lived on as unbrokenly as possible, and therewith to counteract the increasing nerve tension of such a highly developed culture. This kept the Greek culture young for a relatively long time, for in the Greek mothers the Greek genius always returned to nature. 260. The prejudice in favor of greatness. It is clear that men overvalue everything great and prominent. This arises from the conscious or unconscious idea that they deem it very useful when one person throws all his strength into one thing, and makes himself into a monstrous organ. Assuredly, an equal development of all his powers is more useful and happier for man, for every talent is a vampire which sucks blood and strength from other powers, and an exaggerated production can drive the most gifted almost to madness. Within the circle of the arts, too, extreme natures excite far too much attention, but a much lower culture is necessary to be captivated by them. Men submit from habit to everything that seeks power. 261. The tyrants of the mind. It is only where the ray of myth falls that the life of the Greeks shines. Otherwise it is gloomy. The Greek philosophers are now robbing themselves of this myth. Is it not as if they wished to quit the sunshine for shadow and gloom? Yet no plant avoids the light, and as a matter of fact, those philosophers were only seeking a brighter sun. The myth was not pure enough, not shining enough for them. They found this light in their knowledge, in that which each of them called his truth. But in those times knowledge shone with a greater glory. It was still young and knew but little of all the difficulties and dangers of its path. It could still hope to reach in one single bound the central point of all being, and from thence to solve the riddle of the world. These philosophers had a firm belief in themselves and their truth, and with it they overthrew all their neighbors and predecessors. Each one was a warlike, violent tyrant. The happiness in believing themselves the possessors of truth was perhaps never greater in the world, but neither were the hardness, the arrogance, and the tyranny and evil of such a belief. They were tyrants. They were that, therefore, which every Greek wanted to be, and which every one was if he was able. Perhaps Solon alone is an exception. He tells in his poems how he disdained personal tyranny, but he did it for love of his works, of his law-giving, and to be a lawgiver is a sublimated form of tyranny. Parmenides also made laws. Pythagoras and Empedocles probably did the same. Anaximander founded a city. Plato was the incarnate wish to become the greatest philosophic lawgiver and founder of states. He appears to have suffered terribly over the non-fulfillment of his nature, and towards his end his soul was filled with the bitterest gall. The more the Greek philosophers lost in power, the more they suffered inwardly from this bitterness and malice. When the various sects fought for their truths in the street, then first were the souls of these wooers of truth completely clogged through envy and spleen. The tyrannical element then raged like poison within their bodies. These many petty tyrants would have liked to devour each other. There survived not a single spark of love, and very little joy in their own knowledge. The saying that tyrants are generally murdered and that their descendants are short-lived is true also of the tyrants of the mind. Their history is short and violent, and their after-effects break off suddenly. It may be said of almost all great Hellenes that they appear to have come too late. It was thus with Aeschylus, with Pindar, with Demosthenes, with Thucydides. One generation, and then it is past forever. That is the stormy and dismal element in Greek history. We now, it is true, admire the gospel of the tortoises. To think historically is almost the same thing now as if in all ages. History had been made according to the theory, the smallest possible amount in the longest possible time. Oh, how quickly Greek history runs on! Since then life has never been so extravagant, so unbounded. I cannot persuade myself that the history of the Greeks followed that natural course for which it is so celebrated. They were much too variously gifted to be gradual, the orderly manner of the tortoise when running a race with Achilles, and that is called natural development. The Greeks went rapidly forward, but equally rapidly downwards. The movement of the whole machine is so intensified that a single stone thrown amid its wheels was sufficient to break it. Such a stone, for instance, was Socrates. The hitherto so wonderfully regular, although certainly too rapid development of the philosophical science was destroyed in one night. It is no idle question whether Plato, had he remained free from the Socratic charm, would not have discovered a still higher type of the philosophic man, which type is forever lost to us. We look into the ages before him as into a sculptor's workshop of such types. The 5th and 6th centuries B.C. seem to promise something more and higher even than they produced. They stopped short at promising and announcing. And yet there is hardly a greater loss than the loss of a type, of a new, hitherto undiscovered highest possibility of the philosophic life. Even of the older type, the greater number are badly transmitted. It seems to me that all philosophers, from Thales to Democritus, are remarkably difficult to recognize, but whoever succeeds in imitating these figures walks amongst specimens of the mightiest and purest type. This ability is certainly rare. It was even absent in those later Greeks who occupied themselves with the knowledge of the older philosophy. Aristotle especially hardly seems to have had eyes in his head when he stands before these great ones. And thus it appears as if these splendid philosophers had lived in vain, or as if they had only been intended to prepare the quarrelsome and talkative followers of the Socratic schools. As I have said, here is a gap, a break in development. Some great misfortune must have happened, and the only statue which might have revealed the meaning and purpose of that great artistic training was either broken or unsuccessful. What actually happened has remained for ever a secret of the workshop. That which happened amongst the Greeks, namely, that every great thinker who believed himself to be in possession of the absolute truth became a tyrant, so that even the mental history of the Greeks acquired that violent, hasty, and dangerous character shown by their political history. This type of event was not therewith exhausted. Much that is similar has happened even in more modern times, although gradually becoming rarer, and now but seldom showing the pure, naive conscience of the Greek philosophers. For on the whole, opposition doctrines and skepticism now speak too powerfully, too loudly. The period of mental tyranny is past. It is true that in the spheres of higher culture there must always be a supremacy, but henceforth this supremacy lies in the hands of the oligarchs of the mind. In spite of local and political separation, they form a cohesive society whose members recognize and acknowledge each other. Whatever public opinion and the verdicts of review and newspaper writers who influence the masses may circulate in favor of or against them. Mental superiority, which formerly divided and embittered, nowadays generally unites. How could the separate individuals assert themselves and swim through life on their own course against all currents if they did not see others like them living here and there under similar conditions, and grasp their hands in the struggle as much against the ochlocratic character of the half mind and half culture as against the occasional attempts to establish a tyranny with the help of the masses? Oligarchs are necessary to each other. They are each other's best joy. They understand their signs, but each is nevertheless free. He fights and conquers in his place, and perishes rather than submit. 262. Homer. The greatest fact in Greek culture remains this, that Homer became so early pan-Hellenic. All mental and human freedom to which the Greeks attained is traceable to this fact. At the same time, it has actually been fatal to Greek culture, for Homer leveled, inasmuch as he centralized and dissolved the more serious instincts of independence. From time to time there arose from the depths of Hellenism an opposition to Homer, but he always remained victorious. All great mental powers have an oppressing effect as well as a liberating one, but it certainly makes a difference whether it is Homer or the Bible or science that tyrannizes over mankind. 263. Talents. In such a highly developed humanity as the present, each individual naturally has access to many talents. Each has an inborn talent, but only in a few is that degree of toughness, endurance, and energy born and trained that he really becomes a talent, becomes what he is, that he discharges it in works and actions. 264. The witty person either overvalued or undervalued. Unscientific but talented people value every mark of intelligence, whether it be on a true or a false track. Above all, they want the person with whom they have intercourse to entertain them with his wit, to spur them on, to inflame them, to carry them away in seriousness and play, and, in any case, to be a powerful amulet to protect them against boredom. Scientific natures, on the other hand, know that the gift of possessing all manner of notions should be strictly controlled by the scientific spirit. It is not that which shines, deludes, and excites, but the often insignificant truth that is the fruit, which he knows how to shake down from the tree of knowledge. Like Aristotle, he is not permitted to make any distinction between the bores and the wits. His daemon leads him through the desert as well as through tropical vegetation, in order that he may only take pleasure in the really actual, tangible, true. In insignificant scholars, this produces a general disdain and suspicion of cleverness, and on the other hand, clever people frequently have an aversion to science, as have, for instance, almost all artists. 265. Sense in school. School has no task more important than to teach strict thought, cautious judgment, and logical conclusions. Hence it must pay no attention to what hinders these operations, such as religion, for instance. It can count on the fact that human vagueness, custom, and need will later on unstring the bow of all too severe thought. But so long as its influence lasts, it should enforce that which is the essential and distinguishing point in man, sense and science, the very highest power of man, as Goethe judges. The great natural philosopher von Baer thinks that the superiority of all Europeans, when compared to Asiatics, lies in the trained capability of giving reasons for that which they believe, of which the latter are utterly incapable. Europe went to the school of logical and critical thought. Asia still fails to know how to distinguish between truth and fiction, and is not conscious whether its convictions spring from individual observation and systematic thought, or from imagination. Sense in the school has made Europe what it is. In the Middle Ages it was on the road to become once more a part and dependent of Asia, forfeiting therefore the scientific mind which it owed to the Greeks. 266. The undervalued effect of public school teaching. The value of a public school is seldom sought in those things which are really learnt there, and are carried away never to be lost, but in those things which are learnt, and which the pupil only acquires against his will, in order to get rid of them again as soon as possible. Every educated person acknowledges that the reading of the classics, as now practised, is monstrous proceeding, carried on before you people are ripe enough for it by teachers who, with every word, often by their appearance alone, throw a mildew on a good author. But therein lies the value, generally unrecognized, of these teachers who speak the abstract language of the higher culture, which, though dry and difficult to understand, is yet a sort of higher gymnastics of the brain. And there is value in the constant recurrence in their language of ideas, artistic expressions, methods, and delusions, which the young people hardly ever hear in the conversations of their relatives and in the street. Even if the pupils only hear, their intellect is involuntarily trained to a scientific mode of regarding things. It is not possible to emerge from this discipline entirely untouched by its abstract character, and to remain a simple child of nature. 267. Learning many languages. The learning of many languages fills the memory with words instead of with facts and thoughts, and this is a vessel which, with every person, can only contain a certain limited amount of contents. Therefore the learning of many languages is injurious, inasmuch as it arouses a belief in possessing dexterity, and as a matter of fact it lends a kind of delusive importance to social intercourse. It is also indirectly injurious in that it opposes the acquirement of solid knowledge and the intention to win the respect of men in an honest way. Finally, it is the axe which is laid to the root of a delicate sense of language in our mother tongue, which thereby is incurably injured and destroyed. The two nations which produced the greatest stylists, the Greeks and the French, learned no foreign languages. But as human intercourse must always grow more cosmopolitan, and as, for instance, a good merchant in London must now be able to read and write 8 languages, the learning of many tongues has certainly become a necessary evil, but which, when finally carried to an extreme, will compel mankind to find a remedy, and in some far off future there will be a new language, used at first as a language of commerce, then as a language of intellectual intercourse generally, then for all, as surely as some time or other there will be aviation. Why else should philology have studied the laws of languages for a whole century, and have estimated the necessary, the valuable, and the successful portion of each separate language? 268. The war history of the individual. In a single human life that passes through many styles of culture, we find that struggle condensed which would otherwise have been played out between 2 generations, between father and son. The closeness of the relationship sharpens this struggle, because each party ruthlessly drags in the familiar inward nature of the other party, and thus this struggle in the single individual becomes most embittered. Here every new phase disregards the earlier ones with cruel injustice and misunderstanding of their means and aims. 269. A quarter of an hour earlier. A mark is found occasionally whose views are beyond his time, but only to such an extent that he anticipates the common views of the next decade. He possesses public opinion before it is public, that is, he has fallen into the arms of a view that deserves to be trivial a quarter of an hour sooner than other people, but his fame is usually far noisier than the fame of those who are really great and prominent. 270. The art of reading. Every strong tendency is one-sided. It approaches the aim of the straight line, and like this is exclusive, that is, it does not touch many other aims, as do weak parties and natures in their wave-like rolling to and fro. It must also be forgiven to philologists that they are one-sided. The restoration and keeping pure of texts, besides their explanation, carried on in common for hundreds of years, has finally enabled the right methods to be found. The whole of the Middle Ages was absolutely incapable of a strictly philological explanation, that is, of the simple desire to comprehend what an author says. It was an achievement, finding these methods, let it not be undervalued. Through this all science first acquired continuity and steadiness, so that the art of reading rightly, which is called philology, attained its summit. 271. The art of reasoning. The greatest advance that men have made lies in their acquisition of the art to reason rightly. It is not so very natural as Schopenhauer supposes when he says, all are capable of reasoning, but few of judging. It is learnt late, and has not yet attained supremacy. False conclusion are the rule in older ages, and the mythologies of all peoples, their magic and their superstition, their religious cult and their law, are the inexhaustible sources of proof of this theory. 272. Phases of individual culture. The strength and weakness of mental productiveness depend far less on inherited talents than on the accompanying amount of elasticity. Most educated young people of 30 turn round at this solstice of their lives, and are afterwards disinclined for new mental turnings. Therefore, for the salvation of a constantly increasing culture, a new generation is immediately necessary, which will not do very much either, for in order to come up with the father's culture, the son must exhaust almost all the inherited energy which the father himself possessed at that stage of life when his son was born. With the little addition he gets further on, for as here the road is being traversed for the second time, progress is a little quicker. In order to learn that which the father knew, the son does not consume quite so much strength. Men of great elasticity, like Goethe, for instance, get through almost more than 4 generations in succession would be capable of, but then they advance too quickly, so that the rest of mankind only comes up with them in the next century, and even then perhaps not completely, because the exclusiveness of culture and the consecutiveness of development have been weakened by the frequent interruptions. Men catch up more quickly with the ordinary phases of intellectual culture which has been acquired in the course of history. Nowadays they begin to acquire culture as religiously inclined children, and perhaps about their 10th year these sentiments attain to their highest point, and are then changed into weakened forms, pantheism. Whilst they draw near to science, they entirely pass by God, immortality, and such like things, but are overcome by the witchcraft of a metaphysical philosophy. Eventually they find even this unworthy of belief. Art, on the contrary, seems to vouchsafe more and more, so that for a time metaphysics is metamorphosed, and continues to exist either as a transition to art, or as an artistically transfiguring temperament. But the scientific sense grows more imperious, and conducts man to natural sciences and history, and particularly to the severest methods of knowledge, whilst art has always a milder and less exacting meaning. All this usually happens within the first 30 years of a man's life. It is the recapitulation of a pensum, for which humanity had labored perhaps 30,000 years. 273. Retrograded, not left behind. Whoever in the present day still derives his development from religious sentiments, and perhaps lives for some length of time afterwards in metaphysics and art, has assuredly gone back a considerable distance, and begins his race with other modern men under unfavorable conditions. He apparently loses time and space, but because he stays in those domains where ardor and energy are liberated, and force flows continuously as a volcanic stream out of an inexhaustible source, he goes forward all the more quickly as soon as he has freed himself at the right moment from those dominators. His feet are winged, his breast has learned quieter, longer, and more enduring breathing. He has only retreated in order to have sufficient room to leap. Thus something terrible and threatening may lie in this retrograde movement. 274. A portion of our ego as an artistic object. It is a sign of superior culture consciously to retain and present a true picture of certain phases of development, which commoner men live through almost thoughtlessly, and then efface from the tablets of their souls. This is a higher species of the painter's art, which only the few understand. For this it is necessary to isolate those phases artificially. Historical studies form the qualification for this painting, for they constantly incite us in regard to a portion of history, a people, or a human life, to imagine for ourselves a quite distinct horizon of thoughts, a certain strength of feelings, the prominence of this or the obscurity of that. Herein consists the historic sense, that out of given instances we can quickly reconstruct such systems of thoughts and feelings, just as we can mentally reconstruct a temple out of a few pillars and remains of walls accidentally left standing. The next result is that we understand our fellow men as belonging to distinct systems and representatives of different cultures, that is, as necessary, but as changeable, and again that we can separate portions of our own development and put them down independently. 275. Cynics and Epicureans. The cynic recognizes the connection between the multiplied and stronger pains of the more highly cultivated man, and the abundance of requirements. He comprehends, therefore, that the multitude of opinions about what is beautiful, suitable, seemly, and pleasing must also produce very rich sources of enjoyment, but also of displeasure. In accordance with this view, he educates himself backwards by giving up many of these opinions and withdrawing from certain demands of culture. He thereby gains a feeling of freedom and strength, and gradually, when habit has made his manner of life endurable, his sensations of displeasure are, as a matter of fact, rarer and weaker than those of cultivated people, and approach those of the domestic animal. Moreover, he experiences everything with the charm of contrast, and he can also scold to his heart's content, so that thereby he again rises high above the sensation range of the animal. The Epicurean has the same point of view as the cynic. There is usually only a difference of temperament between them. Then the Epicurean makes use of his higher culture to render himself independent of prevailing opinions. He raises himself above them, whilst the cynic only remains negative. He walks, as it were, in wind-protected, well-sheltered, half-dark paths, whilst over him in the wind the tops of the trees rustle and show him how violently agitated is the world out there. The cynic, on the contrary, goes, as it were, naked into the rushing of the wind, and hardens himself to the point of insensibility. 276. Microcosm and macrocosm of culture. The best discoveries about culture man makes within himself when he finds two heterogeneous powers ruling therein. Supposing some one were living as much in love for the plastic arts or for music as he was carried away by the spirit of science, and that he were to regard it as impossible for him to end this contradiction by the destruction of one and complete liberation of the other power, there would therefore remain nothing for him to do but to erect around himself such a large edifice of culture that those two powers might both dwell within it, although at different ends, whilst between them there dwelt reconciling intermediary powers, with predominant strength to quell, in case of need, the rising conflict. But such an edifice of culture in the single individual will bear a great resemblance to the culture of entire periods, and will afford consecutive analogical teaching concerning it. For wherever the great architecture of culture manifested itself, it was its mission to compel opposing powers to agree by means of an overwhelming accumulation of other less unbearable powers, without thereby oppressing and fettering them. 277. Happiness and Culture. We are moved at the sight of our childhood's surroundings, the arbor, the church with its graves, the pond and the wood. All this we see again with pain. We are seized with pity for ourselves. For what have we not passed through since then? And everything here is so silent, so eternal, only we are so changed, so moved. We even find a few human beings on whom time has sharpened his teeth no more than on an oak tree. Peasants, fishermen, woodmen, they are unchanged. Emotion and self-pity at the sight of lower culture is the sign of higher culture, from which the conclusion may be drawn that happiness has certainly not been increased by it. Whoever wishes to reap happiness and comfort in life should always avoid higher culture. 278. The Simile of the Dance. It must now be regarded as a decisive sign of great culture, if some one possesses sufficient strength and flexibility to be as pure and strict in discernment as in other moments to be capable of giving poetry, religion, and metaphysics 100 paces start, and then feeling their force and beauty. Such a position, amid two such different demands, is very difficult, for science urges the absolute supremacy of its methods, and if this insistence is not yielded to, there arises the other danger of a weak wavering between different impulses. Meanwhile, to cast a glance, in simile at least, on a solution of this difficulty, it may be remembered that dancing is not the same as a dull reeling to and fro between different impulses. High culture will resemble a bold dance, wherefore, as has been said, there is need of much strength and suppleness. 279. Of the relieving of life. A primary way of lightening life is the idealization of all its occurrences, and with the help of painting we should make it quite clear to ourselves what idealizing means. The painter requires that the spectator should not observe too closely or too sharply. He forces him back to a certain distance from whence to make his observations. He is obliged to take for granted a fixed distance of the spectator from the picture. He must even suppose an equally certain amount of sharpness of eye in his spectator. In such things he must on no account waver. Every one, therefore, who desires to idealize his life must not look at it too closely, and must always keep his gaze at a certain distance. This was a trick that Goethe, for instance, understood. 280. Aggravation as relief, and vice versa. Much that makes life more difficult in certain grades of mankind serves to lighten it in a higher grade, because such people have become familiar with greater aggravations of life. The contrary also happens. For instance, religion has a double face, according to whether a man looks up to it to relieve him of his burden and need, or looks down upon it as upon fetters laid on him to prevent him from soaring too high into the air. 281. The higher culture is necessarily misunderstood. He who has strung his instrument with only two strings, like the scholars who, besides the instinct of knowledge, possess only an acquired religious instinct, does not understand people who can play upon more strings. It lies in the nature of the higher, many-stringed culture that it should always be falsely interpreted by the lower. An example of this is when art appears as a disguised form of the religious. People who are only religious understand even science as a searching after the religious sentiment, just as deaf mutes do not know what music is unless it be visible movement. 282. Lamentation. It is perhaps the advantages of our epoch that bring with them a backward movement and an occasional undervaluing of the Vita Contemplativa. But it must be acknowledged that our time is poor in the matter of great moralists, that Pascal, Epictetus, Seneca, and Plutarch are now but little read, that work and industry, formerly in the following of the great goddess Health, sometimes appear to rage like a disease, because time to think and tranquillity in thought are lacking. We no longer ponder over different views, but content ourselves with hating them. With the enormous acceleration of life, mind and eye grow accustomed to a partial and false sight and judgment, and all people are like travelers whose only acquaintance with countries and nations is derived from the railway. An independent and cautious attitude of knowledge is looked upon almost as a kind of madness. The free spirit is brought into disrepute, chiefly through scholars who miss their thoroughness and ant-like industry in his art of regarding things, and would gladly banish him into one single corner of science, while it has the different and higher mission of commanding the battalion rear guard of scientific and learned men from an isolated position, and showing them the ways and aims of culture. A song of lamentation, such as that which has just been sung, will probably have its own period, and will cease of its own accord on a forcible return of the genius of meditation. 283. The chief deficiency of active people. Active people are usually deficient in the higher activity, I mean individual activity. They are active as officials, merchants, scholars, that is, as a species, but not as quite distinct, separate, and single individuals. In this respect they are idle. It is the misfortune of the active that their activity is almost always a little senseless. For instance, we must not ask the money-making banker the reason of his restless activity. It is foolish. The active roll as the stone rolls, according to the stupidity of mechanics. All mankind is divided, as it was at all times, and is still, into slaves and freemen. For whoever has not 2/3 of his day for himself is a slave, be he otherwise whatever he likes, statesman, merchant, official, or scholar. 284. In favor of the idle. As a sign that the value of a contemplative life has decreased, scholars now vie with active people in a sort of hurried enjoyment, so that they appear to value this mode of enjoying more than that which really pertains to them, and which, as a matter of fact, is a far greater enjoyment. Scholars are ashamed of otium, but there is one noble thing about idleness and idlers. If idleness is really the beginning of all vice, it finds itself therefore at least in near neighborhood of all the virtues. The idle man is still a better man than the active. You do not suppose that in speaking of idleness and idlers, I am alluding to you sluggards. 285. Modern unrest. Modern restlessness increases towards the West, so that Americans look upon the inhabitants of Europe as altogether peace-loving and enjoying beings, whilst in reality they swarm about like wasps and bees. This restlessness is so great that the higher culture cannot mature its fruits. It is as if the seasons followed each other too quickly. For lack of rest, our civilization is turning into a new barbarism. At no period have the active, that is, the restless, been of more importance. One of the necessary corrections, therefore, which must be undertaken in the character of humanity, is to strengthen the contemplative element on a large scale. But every individual who is quiet and steady in heart and head already has the right to believe that he possesses not only a good temperament, but also a generally useful virtue, and even fulfills a higher mission by the preservation of this virtue. 286. To what extent the active man is lazy. I believe that every one must have his own opinion about everything, concerning which Opinions are possible because he himself is a peculiar, unique thing which assumes towards all other things a new and never hitherto existing attitude. But idleness, which lies at the bottom of the active man's soul, prevents him from drawing water out of his own well. Freedom of opinion is like health. Both are individual, and no good general conception can be set up of either of them. That which is necessary for the health of one individual is the cause of disease in another, and many means and ways to the freedom of the spirit are for more highly developed natures the ways and means to confinement. 287. Censor vitae. Alternations of love and hatred for a long period distinguish the inward condition of a man who desires to be free in his judgment of life. He does not forget, and bears everything a grudge, for good and evil. At last, when the whole tablet of his soul is written full of experiences, he will not hate and despise existence, neither will he love it, but will regard it sometimes with a joyful, sometimes with a sorrowful eye, and like nature will be now in a summer and now in an autumn mood. 288. The secondary result. Whoever earnestly desires to be free will, therewith and without any compulsion, lose all inclination for faults and vices. He will also be more rarely overcome by anger and vexation. His will desires nothing more urgently than to discern, and the means to do this. That is the permanent condition in which he is best able to discern. 289. The value of disease. The man who is bedridden often perceives that he is usually ill of his position, business, or society, and through them has lost all self-possession. He gains this piece of knowledge from the idleness to which his illness condemns him. 290. Sensitiveness in the country. If there are no firm, quiet lines on the horizon of his life, a species of mountain and forest line, man's inmost will itself becomes restless, inattentive, and covetous, as is the nature of a dweller in towns. He has no happiness and confers no happiness. 291. Prudence of the free spirits. Free thinkers, those who live by knowledge alone, will soon attain the supreme aim of their life and their ultimate position towards society and state, and will gladly content themselves, for instance, with a small post or an income that is just sufficient to enable them to live, for they will arrange to live in such a manner that a great change of outward prosperity, even an overthrow of the political order, would not cause an overthrow of their life. To all these things they devote as little energy as possible, in order that with their whole accumulated strength and with a long breath they may dive into the element of knowledge. Thus they can hope to dive deep and be able to see the bottom. Such a spirit seizes only the point of an event. He does not care for things in the whole breadth and prolixity of their folds, for he does not wish to entangle himself in them. He, too, knows the weekdays of restraint, of dependence, and servitude. But from time to time there must dawn for him a Sunday of liberty, otherwise he could not endure life. It is probable that even his love for humanity will be prudent and somewhat short-winded, for he desires to meddle with the world of inclinations and of blindness only as far as is necessary for the purpose of knowledge. He must trust that the genius of justice will say something for its disciple and protege, if accusing voices were to call him poor in love. In his mode of life and thought there is a refined heroism, which scorns to offer itself to the great mob reverence, as its coarser brother does, and passes quietly through and out of the world. Whatever labyrinths it traverses, beneath whatever rocks its stream has occasionally worked its way, when it reaches the light it goes clearly, easily, and almost noiselessly on its way, and lets the sunshine strike down to its very bottom. 292. Forward. And thus forward upon the path of wisdom, with a firm step and good confidence. However you may be situated, serve yourself as a source of experience. Throw off the displeasure at your nature. Forgive yourself your own individuality, for in any case you have in yourself a ladder with 100 steps upon which you can mount to knowledge. The age into which with grief you feel yourself thrown thinks you happy because of this good fortune. It calls out to you that you shall still have experiences which men of later ages will perhaps be obliged to forego. Do not despise the fact of having been religious. Consider fully how you have had a genuine access to art. Can you not, with the help of these experiences, follow immense stretches of former humanity with a clearer understanding? Is not that ground which sometimes displeases you so greatly, that ground of clouded thought, precisely the one upon which have grown many of the most glorious fruits of older civilizations? You must have loved religion and art as you loved mother and nurse. Otherwise you cannot be wise. But you must be able to see beyond them, to outgrow them. If you remain under their ban, you do not understand them. You must also be familiar with history, and that cautious play with the balances. On the one hand, on the other hand, go back, treading in the footsteps made by mankind in its great and painful journey through the desert of the past, and you will learn most surely whither it is that all later humanity never can or may go again. And inasmuch as you wish with all your strength to see in advance how the knots of the future are tied, your own life acquires the value of an instrument and means of knowledge. It is within your power to see that all you have experienced, trials, errors, faults, deceptions, passions, your love and your hope, shall be merged wholly in your aim. This aim is to become a necessary chain of culture links yourself, and from this necessity to draw a conclusion as to the necessity in the progress of general culture. When your sight has become strong enough to see to the bottom of the dark well of your nature and your knowledge, it is possible that in its mirror you may also behold the faraway visions of future civilizations. Do you think that such a life with such an aim is too wearisome, too empty of all that is agreeable? Then you have still to learn that no honey is sweeter than that of knowledge, and that the overhanging clouds of trouble must be to you as an udder from which you shall draw milk for your refreshment. And only when old age approaches will you rightly perceive how you listen to the voice of nature, that nature which rules the whole world through pleasure. The same life which has its zenith in age has also its zenith in wisdom, in that mild sunshine of a constant mental joyfulness. You meet them both, old age and wisdom, upon one ridge of life. It was thus intended by nature. Then it is time, and no cause for anger, that the mists of death approach. Towards the light is your last movement. A joyful cry of knowledge is your last sound. End of Fifth Division, Part 2. Division 6 of Human, All Too Human, a book for free spirits by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Helen Zimmern. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Man in Society. 293. Well-meant dissimulation. In intercourse with men, a well-meant dissimulation is often necessary, as if we did not see through the motives of their actions. 294. Copies. We not unfrequently meet with copies of prominent persons, and as in the case of pictures, so also here the copies please more than the originals. 295. The public speaker. One may speak with the greatest appropriateness, and yet so that everybody cries out to the contrary, that is to say, when one does not speak to everybody. 296. Want of confidence. Want of confidence among friends is a fault that cannot be censured without becoming incurable. 297. The art of giving. To have to refuse a gift, merely because it has not been offered in the right way, provokes animosity against the giver. 298. the most dangerous partisan. In every party there is one who, by his far too dogmatic expression of the party principles, excites defection among the others. 299. Advisers of the sick. Whoever gives advice to a sick person acquires a feeling of superiority over him, whether the advice be accepted or rejected. Hence proud and sensitive sick persons hate advisers more than their sickness. 300. Double nature of equality. The rage for equality may so manifest itself that we seek either to draw all others down to ourselves by belittling, disregarding, and tripping up, or ourselves and all others upwards by recognition, assistance, and congratulation. 301. Against embarrassment. The best way to relieve and calm very embarrassed people is to give them decided praise. 302. Preference for certain virtues. We set no special value on the possession of a virtue until we perceive that it is entirely lacking in our adversary. 303. Why we contradict. We often contradict an opinion when it is really only the tone in which it is expressed that is unsympathetic to us. 304. Confidence and intimacy. Whoever proposes to command the intimacy of a person is usually uncertain of possessing his confidence. Whoever is sure of a person's confidence attaches little value to intimacy with him. 305. The equilibrium of friendship. The right equilibrium of friendship in our relation to other men is sometimes restored when we put a few grains of wrong on our side of the scales. 306. The most dangerous physicians. The most dangerous physicians are those who, like born actors, imitate the born physician with the perfect art of imposture. 307. When paradoxes are permissible, in order to interest clever persons in a theory, it is sometimes only necessary to put it before them in the form of a prodigious paradox. 308. How courageous people are won over. Courageous people are persuaded to a course of action by representing it as more dangerous than it really is. 309. Courtesies. We regard the courtesies show us by unpopular persons as offenses. 310. Keeping people waiting. A sure way of exasperating people and of putting bad thoughts into their heads is to keep them waiting long. That makes them immoral. 311. Against the confidential. Persons who give us their full confidence think they have thereby a right to ours. That is a mistake. People acquire no rights through gifts. 312. A mode of settlement. It often suffices to give a person whom we have injured an opportunity to make a joke about us, to give him personal satisfaction, and even to make him favorably disposed to us. 313. The vanity of the tongue. Whether man conceals his bad qualities and vices, or frankly acknowledges them, his vanity in either case seeks its advantage thereby. Only let it be observed how nicely he distinguishes those from whom he conceals such qualities from those with whom he is frank and honest. 314. Considerate. To have no wish to offend or injure any one may as well be the sign of a just as of a timid nature. 315. Requisite for disputation. He who cannot put his thoughts on ice should not enter into the heat of dispute. 316. Intercourse and pretension. We forget our pretensions when we are always conscious of being amongst meritorious people. Being alone implants presumption in us. The young are pretentious, for they associate with their equals, who are all ciphers, but would fain have a great significance. 317. Motives of an attack. One does not attack a person merely to hurt and conquer him, but perhaps merely to become conscious of one's own strength. 318. Flattery. Persons who try by means of flattery to put us off our guard in intercourse with them employ a dangerous expedient, like a sleeping draught, which, when it does not send the patient to sleep, keeps him all the wider awake. 319. A good letter writer. A person who does not write books, thinks much, and lives in unsatisfying society will usually be a good letter writer. 320. The ugliest of all. It may be doubted whether a person who has travelled much has found anywhere in the world uglier places than those to be met with in the human face. 321. The sympathetic ones. Sympathetic natures, ever ready to help in misfortune, are seldom those that participate in joy. In the happiness of others they have nothing to occupy them. They are superfluous. They do not feel themselves in possession of their superiority, and hence readily show their displeasure. 322. The relatives of a suicide. The relatives of a suicide take it in ill part that he did not remain alive, out of consideration for their reputation. 323. Ingratitude foreseen. He who makes a large gift gets no gratitude, for the recipient is already overburdened by the acceptance of the gift. 324. In dull society, nobody thanks a witty man for politeness, when he puts himself on a par with a society in which it would not be polite to show one's wit. 325. The presence of witnesses. We are doubly willing to jump into the water after some one who has fallen in, if there are people present who have not the courage to do so. 326. Being silent. For both parties in a controversy, the most disagreeable way of retaliating is to be vexed and silent, for the aggressor usually regards the silence as a sign of contempt. 327. Friends' secrets. Few people will not expose the private affairs of their friends when at a loss for a subject of conversation. 328. Humanity. The humanity of intellectual celebrities consists in courteously submitting to unfairness in intercourse with those who are not celebrated. 329. The embarrassed. People who do not feel sure of themselves in society seize every opportunity of publicly showing their superiority to close friends, for instance by teasing them. 330. Thanks. A refined nature is vexed by knowing that someone owes it thanks, a coarse nature by knowing that it owes thanks to someone. 331. A sign of estrangement. The surest sign of the estrangement of the opinions of two persons is when they both say something ironical to each other, and neither of them feels the irony. 332. Presumption in connection with merit. Presumption in connection with merit offends us even more than presumption in persons devoid of merit, for merit in itself offends us. 333. Danger in the voice. In conversation we are sometimes confused by the tone of our own voice, and misled to make assertions that do not at all correspond to our opinions. 334. In conversation. Whether in conversation with others we mostly agree or mostly disagree with them is a matter of habit. There is sense in both cases. 335. Fear of our neighbor. We are afraid of the animosity of our neighbor because we are apprehensive that he may thereby discover our secrets. 336. Distinguishing by blaming. Highly respected persons distribute even their blame in such fashion that they try to distinguish us therewith. It is intended to remind us of their serious interest in us. We misunderstand them entirely when we take their blame literally and protest against it. We thereby offend them, and estrange ourselves from them. 337. Indignation at the goodwill of others. We are mistaken as to the extent to which we think we are hated or feared, because though we ourselves know very well the extent of our divergence from a person, tendency, or party, those others know us only superficially, and can therefore only hate us superficially. We often meet with goodwill which is inexplicable to us, but when we comprehend it, it shocks us, because it shows that we are not considered with sufficient seriousness or importance. 338. Thwarting vanities. When two persons meet whose vanity is equally great, they have afterwards a bad impression of each other, because each has been so occupied with the impression he wished to produce on the other that the other has made no impression upon him. At last it becomes clear to them both that their efforts have been in vain, and each puts the blame on the other. 339. Improper behavior as a good sign. A superior mind takes pleasure in the tactlessness, pretentiousness, and even hostility of ambitious youths. It is the vicious habit of fiery horses, which have not yet carried a rider, but in a short time will be so proud to carry one. 340. When it is advisable to suffer wrong. It is well to put up with accusations without refutation, even when they injure us, when the accuser would see a still greater fault on our part if we contradicted and perhaps even refuted him. In this way certainly a person may always be wronged, and always have right on his side, and may eventually, with the best conscience in the world, become the most intolerable tyrant and tormentor, and what happens in the individual may also take place in whole classes of society. 341. Too little honored. Very conceited persons, who have received less consideration than they expected, attempt for a long time to deceive themselves and others with regard to it, and become subtle psychologists in order to make out that they have been amply honored. Should they not attain their aim, should the veil of deception be torn, they give way to all the greater fury. 342. Primitive conditions, re-echoing in speech. By the manner in which people make assertions in their intercourse, we often recognize an echo of the times when they were more conversant with weapons than anything else. Sometimes they handle their assertions like sharp shooters, using their arms. Sometimes we think we hear the whiz and clash of swords, and with some men an assertion crashes down like a stout cudgel. Women, on the contrary, speak like beings who for thousands of years have sat at the loom, plied the needle, or played the child with children. 343. The narrator, he who gives an account of something, readily betrays whether it is because the fact interests him, or because he wishes to excite interest by the narration. In the latter case he will exaggerate, employ superlatives, and such like. He then does not usually tell his story so well, because he does not think so much about his subject as about himself. 344. The reciter, he who recites dramatic works, makes discoveries about his own character. He finds his voice more natural in certain moods and scenes than in others, say in the pathetic or in the scurrilous, while in ordinary life perhaps he has not had the opportunity to exhibit pathos or scurrility. 345. A comedy scene in real life. Someone conceives an ingenious idea on a theme in order to express it in society. Now in a comedy we should hear and see how he sets all sail for that point, and tries to land the company at the place where he can make his remark, how he continuously pushes the conversation towards the one goal, sometimes losing the way, finding it again, and finally arriving at the moment. He is almost breathless, and then one of the company takes the remark itself out of his mouth. What will he do? Oppose his own opinion? 346. Unintentionally discourteous. When a person treats another with unintentional discourtesy, for instance, not greeting him because not recognizing him, he is vexed by it, although he cannot reproach his own sentiments. He is hurt by the bad opinion which he has produced in the other person, or fears the consequences of his bad humor, or is pained by the thought of having injured him. Vanity, fear, or pity may therefore be aroused, perhaps all three together. 347. A masterpiece of treachery. To express a tantalizing distrust of a fellow conspirator, lest he should betray one, and this at the very moment when one is practising treachery oneself, is a masterpiece of wickedness, because it absorbs the other's attention and compels him for a time to act very unsuspiciously and openly, so that the real traitor has thus acquired a free hand. 348. To injure and to be injured. It is far pleasanter to injure and afterwards beg for forgiveness than to be injured and grant forgiveness. He who does the former gives evidence of power and afterwards of kindness of character. The person injured, however, if he does not wish to be considered inhuman, must forgive. His enjoyment of the other's humiliation is insignificant on account of this constraint. 349. In a dispute. When we contradict another's opinion, and at the same time develop our own, the constant consideration of the other opinion usually disturbs the natural attitude of our own, which appears more intentional, more distinct, and perhaps somewhat exaggerated. 350. An artifice. He who wants to get another to do something difficult must on no account treat the matter as a problem, but must set forth his plan plainly as the only one possible. And when the adversary's eye betrays objection and opposition, he must understand how to break off quickly, and allow him no time to put in a word. 351. Pricks of conscience after social gatherings. Why does our conscience prick us after ordinary social gatherings? Because we have treated serious things lightly, because in talking of persons we have not spoken of quite justly, or have been silent when we should have spoken, because sometimes we have not jumped up and run away, in short, because we have behaved in society as if we belonged to it. 352. We are misjudged. He who always listens to hear how he is judged is always vexed, for we are misjudged even by those who are nearest to us, who know us best. Even good friends sometimes vent their ill humour in a spiteful word, and would they be our friends if they knew us rightly? The judgments of the indifferent wound us deeply because they sound so impartial, so objective almost. But when we see that some one hostile to us knows us in a concealed point as well as we know ourselves, how great is then our vexation. 353. The tyranny of the portrait. Artists and statesmen who, out of particular features, quickly construct the whole picture of a man or an event, are mostly unjust in demanding that the event or person should afterwards be actually as they have painted it. They demand straightway that a man should be just as gifted, cunning, and unjust as he is in their representation of him. 354. Relatives as the best friends. The Greeks, who knew so well what a friend was, they alone of all peoples have a profound and largely philosophical discussion of friendship, so that it is by them firstly, and as yet lastly, that the problem of the friend has been recognized as worthy of solution. These same Greeks have designated relatives by an expression which is the superlative of the word friend. This is inexplicable to me. 355. Misunderstood honesty. When any one quotes himself in conversation, I then said, I am accustomed to say, it gives the impression of presumption, whereas it often proceeds from quite an opposite source, or at least from honesty, which does not wish to deck and adorn the present moment with wit, which belongs to an earlier moment. 356. The parricide. It denotes entire absence of a noble disposition when a person prefers to live in dependence at the expense of others, usually with a secret bitterness against them, in order only that he may not be obliged to work. Such a disposition is far more frequent in women than in men, also far more pardonable for historical reasons. 357. On the altar of reconciliation. There are circumstances under which one can only gain a point from a person by wounding him and becoming hostile. The feeling of having a foe torments him so much that he gladly seizes the first indication of a milder disposition to effect a reconciliation, and offers on the altar of this reconciliation what was formerly of such importance to him that he would not give it up at any price. 358. Presumption in demanding pity. There are people who, when they have been in a rage and have insulted others, demand firstly that it shall all be taken in good part, and secondly that they shall be pitied because they are subject to such violent paroxysms. So far does human presumption extend. 359. Bait. Every man has his price. That is not true, but perhaps every one can be found a bait of one kind or other at which he will snap. Thus, in order to gain some supporters for a cause, it is only necessary to give it the glamour of being philanthropic, noble, charitable, and self-denying, and to what cause could this glamour not be given? It is the sweet meat and dainty of their soul. Others have different ones. 360. The attitude in praising. When good friends praise a gifted person, he often appears to be delighted with them out of politeness and goodwill, but in reality he feels indifferent. His real nature is quite unmoved towards them, and will not budge a step on that account out of the sun or shade in which it lies. But people wish to please by praise, and it would grieve them if one did not rejoice when they praise a person. 361. The experience of Socrates. If one has become a master in one thing, one has generally remained precisely thereby a complete dunce in most other things. But one forms the very reverse opinion, as was already experienced by Socrates. This is the annoyance which makes association with masters disagreeable. 362. A means of defence. In warring against stupidity, the most just and gentle of men at last become brutal. They are thereby perhaps taking the proper course for defence, for the most appropriate argument for a stupid brain is the clenched fist. But because, as has been said, their character is just and gentle, they suffer more by this means of protection than they injure their opponents by it. 363. Curiosity. If curiosity did not exist, very little would be done for the good of our neighbour. But curiosity creeps into the houses of the unfortunate and the needy under the name of duty or of pity. Perhaps there is a good deal of curiosity even in the much vaunted maternal love. 364. Disappointment in society. One man wishes to be interesting for his opinions, another for his likes and dislikes, a third for his acquaintances, and a fourth for his solitariness. And they all meet with disappointment, for he before whom the play is performed thinks himself the only play that is to be taken into account. 365. The duel. It may be said in favour of duels and all affairs of honour, that if a man has such susceptible feelings that he does not care to live when so-and-so says or thinks this or that about him, he has a right to make it a question of the death of the one or the other. With regard to the fact that he is so susceptible, it is not at all to be remonstrated with. In that matter we are the heirs of the past, of its greatness as well as of its exaggerations, without which no greatness ever existed. So when there exists a code of honour which lets blood stand in place of death, so that the mind is relieved after a regular duel, it is a great blessing, because otherwise many human lives would be in danger. Such an institution, moreover, teaches men to be cautious in their utterances, and makes intercourse with them possible. 366. Nobleness and gratitude. A noble soul will be pleased to owe gratitude, and will not anxiously avoid opportunities of coming under obligation. It will also be moderate afterwards in the expression of its gratitude. Baser souls, on the other hand, are unwilling to be under any obligation, or are afterwards immoderate in their expressions of thanks, and altogether too devoted. The latter is, moreover, also the case with persons of mean origin or depressed circumstances. To show them a favour seems to them a miracle of grace. 367. Occasions of eloquence. In order to talk well, one man needs a person who is decidedly and avowedly his superior to talk to, while another can only find absolute freedom of speech and happy turns of eloquence before one who is his inferior. In both cases the cause is the same. Each of them talks well only when he talks sans gêne, the one because in the presence of something higher he does not feel the impulse of rivalry and competition, the other because he also lacks the same impulse in the presence of something lower. Now there is quite another type of men who talk well only when debating with the intention of conquering. Which of the two types is the more aspiring, the one that talks well from excited ambition, or the one that talks badly, or not at all, from precisely the same motive? 368. The talent for friendship. Two types are distinguished amongst people who have a special faculty for friendship. The one is ever on the ascent, and for every phase of his development he finds a friend exactly suited to him. The series of friends which he thus acquires is seldom a consistent one, and is sometimes at variance and in contradiction, entirely in accordance with the fact that the later phases of his development neutralize or prejudice the earlier phases. Such a man may jestingly be called a ladder. The other type is represented by him who exercises an attractive influence on very different characters and endowments, so that he wins a whole circle of friends. These, however, are thereby brought voluntarily into friendly relations with one another in spite of all differences. Such a man may be called a circle, for this homogeneousness of such different temperaments and natures must somehow be typified in him. Furthermore, the faculty for having good friends is greater in many people than the faculty for being a good friend. 369. Tactics in conversation. After a conversation with a person, one is best pleased with him when one has had an opportunity of exhibiting one's intelligence and amiability in all its glory. Shrewd people who wish to impress a person favourably make use of this circumstance. They provide him with the best opportunities for making a good joke, and so on in conversation. An amusing conversation might be imagined between two very shrewd persons, each wishing to impress the other favourably, and therefore each throwing to the other the finest chances in conversation, which neither of them accepted, so that the conversation on the whole might turn out spiritless and unattractive, because each assigned to the other the opportunity of being witty and charming. 370. Discharge of indignation. The man who meets with a failure attributes this failure rather to the ill will of another than to fate. His irritated feelings are alleviated by thinking that a person and not a thing is the cause of his failure, for he can revenge himself on persons, but is obliged to swallow down the injuries of fate. Therefore, when anything has miscarried with a prince, those about him are accustomed to point out some individual as the ostensible cause, who is sacrificed in the interests of all the courtiers, for otherwise the prince's indignation would vent itself on them all, as he can take no revenge on the goddess of destiny herself. 371. Assuming the colours of the environment. Why are likes and dislikes so contagious that we can hardly live near a very sensitive person without being filled, like a hogshead, with his fors and againsts? In the first place, complete forbearance of judgment is very difficult, and sometimes absolutely intolerable to our vanity. It has the same appearance as poverty of thought and sentiment, or as timidity and unmanliness. And so we are at least driven on to take a side, perhaps contrary to our environment, if this attitude gives greater pleasure to our pride. As a rule, however, and this is the second point, we are not conscious of the transition from indifference to liking or disliking, but we gradually accustom ourselves to the sentiments of our environment, and because sympathetic agreement and acquiescence are so agreeable, we soon wear all the signs and party colors of our surroundings. 372. Irony. Irony is only permissible as a pedagogic expedient on the part of a teacher when dealing with his pupils. Its purpose is to humble and to shame, but in the wholesome way that causes good resolutions to spring up, and teaches people to show honour and gratitude as they would to a doctor, to him who has so treated them. The ironical man pretends to be ignorant, and does it so well that the pupils conversing with him are deceived, and in their firm belief in their own superior knowledge they grow bold and expose all their weak points. They lose their cautiousness and reveal themselves as they are, until all of a sudden the light which they have held up to the teacher's face casts its rays back very humiliatingly upon themselves. Where such a relation as that between teacher and pupil does not exist, irony is a rudeness and a vulgar conceit. All ironical writers count on the silly species of human beings who like to feel themselves superior to all others, in common with the author himself, whom they look upon as the mouthpiece of their arrogance. Moreover, the habit of irony, like that of sarcasm, spoils the character. It gradually fosters the quality of a malicious superiority. One finally grows like a snappy dog that has learnt to laugh as well as to bite. 373. Arrogance. There is nothing one should so guard against as the growth of the weed called arrogance, which spoils all one's good harvest, for there is arrogance in cordiality, in showing honour, in kindly familiarity, in caressing and friendly counsel, in acknowledgment of faults, and sympathy for others. And all these fine things arouse aversion when the weed in question grows up among them. The arrogant man, that is to say, he who desires to appear more than he is or passes for, always miscalculates. It is true that he obtains a momentary success, inasmuch as those with whom he is arrogant generally give him the amount of honour that he demands, owing to fear or for the sake of convenience. But they take a bad revenge for it, inasmuch as they subtract from the value which they hitherto attach to him just as much as he demands above that amount. There is nothing for which men ask to be paid dearer than for humiliation. The arrogant man can make his really great merits so suspicious and small in the eyes of others that they tread on it with dusty feet. If at all, we should only allow ourselves a proud manner where we are quite sure of not being misunderstood and considered as arrogant, as for instance with friends and wives. For in social intercourse there is no greater folly than to acquire a reputation for arrogance. It is still worse than not having learnt to deceive politely. 374. Tete-a-tete. Private conversation is the perfect conversation, because everything the one person says receives its particular coloring, its tone, and its accompanying gestures out of strict consideration for the other person engaged in the conversation. It therefore corresponds to what takes place in intercourse by letter, viz., that one and the same person exhibits 10 kinds of psychical expression according as he writes, now to this individual and now to that one. In duologue there is only a single refraction of thought. The person conversed with produces it, as the mirror in whom we want to behold our thoughts anew in their finest form. But how is it when there are 2 or 3 or even more persons conversing with one? Conversation then necessarily loses something of its individualizing subtlety. Different considerations thwart and neutralize each other. The style which pleases one does not suit the taste of another. In intercourse with several individuals, a person has therefore to withdraw within himself and represent facts as they are. But he has also to remove from the subjects the pulsating ether of humanity which makes conversation one of the pleasantest things in the world. Listen only to the tone in which those who mingle with whole groups of men are in the habit of speaking. It is as if the fundamental base of all speech were, "It is myself. I say this, so make what you will of it." That is the reason why clever ladies usually leave a singular, painful, and forbidding impression on those who have met them in society. It is the talking to many people, before many people, that robs them of all intellectual amiability, and shows only their conscious dependence on themselves, their tactics, and their intention of gaining a public victory in full light, whilst in a private conversation the same ladies become womanly again, and recover their intellectual grace and charm. 375. Posthumous fame. There is sense in hoping for recognition in a distant future, only when we take it for granted that mankind will remain essentially unchanged, and that whatever is great is not for one age only, but will be looked upon as great for all time. But this is an error. In all their sentiments and judgments concerning what is good and beautiful, mankind have greatly changed. It is mere fantasy to imagine oneself to be a mile ahead, and that the whole of mankind is coming our way. Besides, a scholar who is misjudged may at present reckon with certainty that his discovery will be made by others, and that at best it will be allowed to him later on by some historian that he also already knew this or that, but was not in a position to secure the recognition of his knowledge. Not to be recognized is always interpreted by posterity as lack of power. In short, one should not so readily speak in favor of haughty solitude. There are, however, exceptional cases, but it is chiefly our faults, weakness, and follies that hinder the recognition of our great qualities. 376. Of friends. Just consider with thyself how different are the feelings, how divided are the opinions of even the nearest acquaintances; how even the same opinions in thy friend's mind have quite a different aspect and strength from what they have in thine own; and how manifold are the occasions which arise from misunderstanding and hostile severance. After all this, thou wilt say to thyself, how insecure is the ground upon which all our alliances and friendships rest, how liable to cold downpours and bad weather, how lonely is every creature. When a person recognizes this fact, and in addition that all opinions and the nature and strength of them in his fellow men are just as necessary and irresponsible as their actions; when his eye learns to see this internal necessity of opinions, owing to the indissoluble interweaving of character, occupation, talent, and environment, he will perhaps get rid of the bitterness and sharpness of the feeling with which the sage exclaims, "Friends, there are no friends." Much rather will he make the confession to himself, "Yes, there are friends, but they were drawn towards thee by error and deception concerning thy character, and they must have learnt to be silent in order to remain thy friends." For such human relationships almost always rest in the fact that some few things are never said, are never indeed alluded to. But if these pebbles are set rolling, friendship follows afterwards and is broken. Are there any who would not be mortally injured if they were to learn what their most intimate friends really knew about them? By getting a knowledge of ourselves, and by looking upon our nature as a changing sphere of opinions and moods, and thereby learning to despise ourselves a little, we recover once more our equilibrium with the rest of mankind. It is true that we have good reason to despise each of our acquaintances, even the greatest of them, but just as good reason to turn this feeling against ourselves. And so we will bear with each other, since we bear with ourselves. And perhaps there will come to each a happier hour, when he will exclaim, "Friends? There are really no friends." Thus cried the expiring old sophist. "Foes? there is really no foe. Thus shout I, the incarnate fool. End of Division 6. Division 7 of Human, All Too Human, a book for free spirits by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Helen Zimmern. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Seventh Division, Wife and Child. 377. The Perfect Woman. The perfect woman is a higher type of humanity than the perfect man, and also something much rarer. The natural history of animals furnishes grounds in support of this theory. 378. Friendship and Marriage. The best friend will probably get the best wife, because a good marriage is based on talent for friendship. 379. The Survival of the Parents. The undissolved dissonances in the relation of the character and sentiments of the parents survive in the nature of the child, and make up the history of its inner sufferings. 380. Inherited from the mother. Every one bears within him an image of woman, inherited from his mother. It determines his attitude towards women as a whole, whether to honor, despise, or remain generally indifferent to them. 381. Correcting nature. Whoever has not got a good father should procure one. 382. Fathers and Sons. Fathers have much to do to make amends for having sons. 383. The error of gentlewomen. Gentlewomen think that a thing does not really exist when it is not possible to talk of it in society. 384. A male disease. The surest remedy for the male disease of self-contempt is to be loved by a sensible woman. 385. A species of jealousy. Mothers are readily jealous of the friends of sons who are particularly successful. As a rule, a mother loves herself in her son more than the son. 386. Rational irrationality. In the maturity of life and intelligence, the feeling comes over a man that his father did wrong in begetting him. 387. Maternal excellence. Some mothers need happy and honored children, some need unhappy ones, otherwise they cannot exhibit their maternal excellence. 388. Different sighs. Some husbands have sighed over the elopement of their wives. The greater number, however, have sighed because nobody would elope with theirs. 389. Love matches. Marriages which are contracted for love, so-called love matches, have error for their father and need, necessity for their mother. 390. Women's friendships. Women can enter into friendship with a man perfectly well, but in order to maintain it, the aid of a little physical antipathy is perhaps required. 391. Ennui. Many people, especially women, never feel ennui because they have never learnt to work properly. 392. An element of love. In all feminine love, something of maternal love also comes to light. 393. Unity of place and drama. If married couples did not live together, happy marriages would be more frequent. 394. The usual consequences of marriage. All intercourse which does not elevate a person debases him, and vice versa. Hence men usually sink a little when they marry, while women are somewhat elevated. Over-intellectual men require marriage in proportion as they are opposed to it as to a repugnant medicine. 395. Learning to command. Children of unpretentious families must be taught to command just as much as other children must be taught to obey. 396. Wanting to be in love. Betrothed couples who have been matched by convenience often exert themselves to fall in love, to avoid the reproach of cold, calculating expediency. In the same manner, those who become converts to Christianity for their advantage exert themselves to become genuinely pious, because the religious cast of countenance then becomes easier to them. 397. No standing still in love. A musician who loves the slow tempo will play the same pieces ever more slowly. There is thus no standing still in any love. 398. Modesty. Women's modesty usually increases with their beauty. 399. Marriage on a good basis. A marriage in which each wishes to realize an individual aim by means of the other will stand well. For instance, when the woman wishes to become famous through the man, and the man beloved through the woman. 400. Proteus nature. Through love, women actually become what they appear to be in the imagination of their lovers. 401. To love and to possess. As a rule, women love a distinguished man to the extent that they wish to possess him exclusively. They would gladly keep him under lock and key if their vanity did not forbid, but vanity demands that he should also appear distinguished before others. 402. The test of a good marriage. The goodness of a marriage is proved by the fact that it can stand an exception. 403. Bringing any one round to anything. One may make any person so weak and weary by disquietude, anxiety, and excess of work or thought, that he no longer resists anything that appears complicated, but gives way to it. Diplomatists and women know this. 404. Propriety and honesty. Those girls who mean to trust exclusively to their youthful charms for their provision in life, and whose cunning is further prompted by worldly mothers, have just the same aims as courtesans, only they are wiser and less honest. 405. Masks. There are women who, wherever one examines them, have no inside, but are mere masks. A man is to be pitied who has connection with such almost spectre-like and necessarily unsatisfactory creatures. But it is precisely such women who know how to excite a man's desire most strongly. He seeks for their soul, and seeks evermore. 406. Marriage is a long talk. In entering on a marriage, one should ask one's self the question, do you think you will pass your time well with this woman till your old age? All else in marriage is transitory. Talk, however, occupies most of the time of the association. 407. Girlish dreams. Inexperienced girls flatter themselves with the notion that it is in their power to make a man happy. Later on, they learn that it is equivalent to underrating a man to suppose that he needs only a girl to make him happy. Women's vanity requires a man to be something more than merely a happy husband. 408. The dying out of Faust and Marguerite. According to the very intelligent remark of a scholar, the educated men of modern Germany resemble somewhat a mixture of Mephistopheles and Wagner, but are not at all like Faust, whom our grandfathers, in their youth at least, felt agitating within them. To them, therefore, to continue the remark, Marguerites are not suited for two reasons, and because the latter are no longer desired, they seem to be dying out. 409. Classical education for girls. For goodness' sake, let us not give our classical education to girls, an education which, out of ingenious, inquisitive, ardent youths, so frequently makes copies of their teacher. 410. Without rivals. Women readily perceive in a man whether his soul has already been taken possession of. They wish to be loved without rivals, and find fault with the objects of his ambition, his political tasks, his sciences and arts, if he have a passion for such things. Unless he be distinguished thereby, then in the case of a love relationship between them, women look at the same time for an increase of their own distinction. Under such circumstances they favor the lover. 411. The feminine intellect. The intellect of women manifests itself as perfect mastery, presence of mind, and utilization of all advantages. They transmit it as a fundamental quality to their children, and the father adds thereto the darker background of the will. His influence determines, as it were, the rhythm and harmony with which the new life is to be performed, but its melody is derived from the mother. For those who know how to put a thing properly, women have intelligence, men have character and passion. This does not contradict the fact that men actually achieve so much more with their intelligence. They have deeper and more powerful impulses, and it is these which carry their understanding, in itself something passive, to such an extent. Women are often silently surprised at the great respect men pay to their character. When therefore in the choice of a partner men seek especially for a being of deep and strong character, and women for a being of intelligence, brilliancy, and presence of mind, it is plain that at bottom men seek for the ideal man, and women for the ideal woman, consequently not for the complement, but for the completion of their own excellence. 412. Hesiod's opinion confirmed. It is a sign of women's wisdom that they have almost always known how to get themselves supported, like drones in a beehive. Let us just consider what this meant originally, and why men do not depend upon women for their support. Of a truth, it is because masculine vanity and reverence are greater than feminine wisdom, for women have known how to secure for themselves by their subordination the greatest advantage, in fact, the upper hand. Even the care of children may originally have been used by the wisdom of women as an excuse for withdrawing themselves as much as possible from work, and at present they still understand, when they are really active, as housekeepers for instance, how to make a bewildering fuss about it, so that the merit of their activity is usually 10 times overestimated by men. 413. Lovers as short-sighted people. A pair of powerful spectacles has sometimes sufficed to cure a person in love, and whoever has had sufficient imagination to represent a face or form 20 years older has probably gone through life not much disturbed. 414. Women in hatred. In a state of hatred, women are more dangerous than men, for one thing, because they are hampered by no regard for fairness when their hostile feelings have been aroused, but let their hatred develop unchecked to its utmost consequences, then also because they are expert in finding sore spots, which every man and every party possess, and pouncing upon them, for which purpose their dagger-pointed intelligence is of good service, whilst men, hesitating at the sight of wounds, are often generously and conciliatorily inclined. 415. Love. The love idolatry which women practice is fundamentally and originally an intelligent device, inasmuch as they increase their power by all the idealizings of love, and exhibit themselves as so much the more desirable in the eyes of men. But by being accustomed for centuries to this exaggerated appreciation of love, it has come to pass that they have been caught in their own net, and have forgotten the origin of the device. They themselves are now still more deceived than the men, and on that account also suffer more from the disillusionment which almost necessarily enters into the life of every woman, so far at any rate as she has sufficient imagination and intelligence to be able to be deceived and undeceived. 416. The emancipation of women. Can women be at all just when they are so accustomed to love and to be immediately biased for or against? For that reason they are also less interested in things and more in individuals. But when they are interested in things, they immediately become their partisans, and thereby spoil their pure, innocent effect. Thus there arises a danger, by no means small, in entrusting politics and certain portions of science to them, history for instance, for what is rarer than a woman who really knows what science is? Indeed, the best of them cherish in their breasts a secret scorn for science, as if they were somehow superior to it. Perhaps all this can be changed in time, but meanwhile it is so. 417. The inspiration in women's judgments. The sudden decisions for or against which women are in the habit of making, the flashing illumination of personal relations caused by their spasmodic inclinations and aversions, in short, the proofs of feminine injustice, have been invested with a lustre by men who are in love, as if all women had inspirations of wisdom, even without the Delphic cauldron and the laurel wreaths, and their utterances are interpreted and duly set forth as Sibylline oracles for long afterwards. When one considers, however, that for every person and for every cause something can be said in favor of it, but equally also something against it, that things are not only two-sided but also three- and four-sided, it is almost difficult to be entirely at fault in such sudden decisions. Indeed, it might be said that the nature of things has been so arranged that women should always carry their point. 418. Being loved. As one of every two persons in love is usually the one who loves, the other the one who is loved, the belief has arisen that in every love affair there is a constant amount of love, and that the more of it the one person monopolizes, the less is left for the other. Exceptionally, it happens that the vanity of each of the parties persuades him or her that it is he or she who must be loved, so that both of them wish to be loved, from which cause many half funny, half absurd scenes take place, especially in married life. 419. Contradiction in feminine minds. Owing to the fact that women are so much more personal than objective, there are tendencies included in the range of their ideas which are logically in contradiction to one another. They are accustomed in turn to become enthusiastically fond just of the representatives of these tendencies, and accept their systems in the lump, but in such wise that a dead place originates wherever a new personality afterwards gets the ascendancy. It may happen that the whole philosophy in the mind of an old lady consists of nothing but such dead places. 420. Who suffers the more? After a personal dissension and quarrel between a woman and a man, the latter party suffers chiefly from the idea of having wounded the other, whilst the former suffers chiefly from the idea of not having wounded the other sufficiently. So she subsequently endeavors by tears, sobs, and discomposed mien to make his heart heavier. 421. An opportunity for feminine magnanimity. If we could disregard the claims of custom in our thinking, we might consider whether nature and reason do not suggest several marriages for men, one after another. Perhaps that, at the age of 22, he should first marry an older girl who is mentally and morally his superior, and can be his leader through all the dangers of the 20s, ambition, hatred, self-contempt, and passions of all kinds. This woman's affection would subsequently change entirely into maternal love, and she would not only submit to it, but would encourage the man in the most salutary manner, if in his 30s he contracted an alliance with quite a young girl, whose education he himself should take in hand. Marriage is a necessary institution for the 20s, a useful but not necessary institution for the 30s. For later life it is often harmful, and promotes the mental deterioration of the man. 422. The tragedy of childhood. Perhaps it not infrequently happens that noble men with lofty aims have to fight their hardest battle in childhood, by having perchance to carry out their principles in opposition to a base-minded father addicted to feigning and falsehood, or living like Lord Byron in constant warfare with a childish and passionate mother. He who has had such an experience will never be able to forget all his life who has been his greatest and most dangerous enemy. 423. Parental folly. The grossest mistakes in judging a man are made by his parents. This is a fact, but how is it to be explained? Have the parents too much experience of the child, and cannot any longer arrange this experience into a unity? It has been noticed that it is only in the earlier period of their sojourn in foreign countries that travelers rightly grasp the general distinguishing features of a people. The better they come to know it, they are the less able to see what is typical and distinguishing in a people. As soon as they grow short-sighted, their eyes cease to be long-sighted. Do parents, therefore, judge their children falsely because they have never stood far enough away from them? The following is quite another explanation. People are no longer accustomed to reflect on what is close at hand and surrounds them, but just accept it. Perhaps the usual thoughtlessness of parents is the reason why they judge so wrongly when once they are compelled to judge their children. 424. The future of marriage. The noble and liberal-minded women who take as their mission the education and elevation of the female sex should not overlook one point of view. Marriage, regarded in its highest aspect as the spiritual friendship of two persons of opposite sexes, and accordingly such as is hoped for in future, contracted for the purpose of producing and educating a new generation. Such marriage, which only makes use of the sensual, so to speak, as a rare and occasional means to a higher purpose, will, it is to be feared, probably need a natural auxiliary, namely concubinage. For if on the grounds of his health the wife is also to serve for the sole satisfaction of the man's sexual needs, a wrong perspective, opposed to the aims indicated, will have most influence in the choice of a wife. The aims referred to, the production of descendants, will be accidental, and their successful education highly improbable. A good wife, who has to be friend, helper, childbearer, mother, family head, and manager, and has even perhaps to conduct her own business and affairs separately from those of the husband, cannot at the same time be a concubine. It would in general be asking too much of her. In the future, therefore, a state of things might take place the opposite of what existed at Athens in the time of Pericles. The men, whose wives were then little more to them than concubines, turned besides to the Aspasia, because they longed for the charms of a companionship gratifying both to head and heart, such as the grace and intellectual suppleness of women could alone provide. All human institutions, just like marriage, allow only a moderate amount of practical idealizing, failing which coarse remedies immediately become necessary. 425. The storm and stress period of women. In the 3 or 4 civilized countries of Europe, it is possible by several centuries of education to make out of women anything we like. Even men, not in a sexual sense, of course, but in every other. Under such influences they will acquire all the masculine virtues and forces. At the same time, of course, they must also have taken all the masculine weaknesses and vices into the bargain. So much as has been said, I command. But how shall we endure the intermediate state thereby induced, which may even last 2 or 3 centuries, during which feminine follies and injustices, woman's original birthday endowment, will still maintain the ascendancy over all that has been otherwise gained and acquired? This will be the time when indignation will be the peculiar masculine passion, indignation because all arts and sciences have been overflowed and choked by an unprecedented dilettantism, philosophy talked to death by brain-bewildering chatter, politics more fantastic and partisan than ever, and society in complete disorganization, because the conservatresses of ancient customs have become ridiculous to themselves, and have endeavored in every way to place themselves outside the pale of custom. If indeed women had their greatest power in custom, where will they have to look in order to reacquire a similar plenitude of power after having renounced custom? 426. Free spirit in marriage. Will free thinkers live with women? In general, I think that, like the prophesying birds of old, like the truth thinkers and truth speakers of the present, they must prefer to fly alone. 427. The happiness of marriage. Everything to which we are accustomed draws an ever-tightening cobweb net around us, and presently we notice that the threads have become cords, and that we ourselves sit in the middle like a spider that has here got itself caught, and must feed on its own blood. Hence the free spirit hates all rules and customs, all that is permanent and definitive. Hence he painfully tears asunder again and again the net around him, though in consequence thereof he will suffer from numerous wounds, slight and severe, for he must break off every thread from himself, from his body and soul. He must learn to love where he has hitherto hated, and vice versa. Indeed, it must not be a thing impossible for him to sow dragon's teeth in the same field in which he formerly scattered the abundance of his bounty. From this it can be inferred whether he is suited for the happiness of marriage. 428. Too intimate. When we live on too intimate terms with a person, it is as if we were again and again handling a good engraving with our fingers. The time comes when we have soiled and damaged paper in our hands, and nothing more. A man's soul also gets worn out by constant handling. At least it eventually appears so to us. Never again do we see its original design and beauty. We always lose through too familiar association with women and friends, and sometimes we lose the pearl of our life thereby. 429. The golden cradle. The free spirit will always feel relieved when he has finally resolved to shake off the motherly care and guardianship with which women surround him. What harm will a rough wind, from which he has been so anxiously protected, do him? Of what consequence is a genuine disadvantage, loss, misfortune, sickness, illness, fault, or folly, more or less in his life, compared with the bondage of the golden cradle, the peacock's feather fan, and the oppressive feeling that he must, in addition, be grateful because he is waited on and spoiled like a baby? Hence it is that the milk which is offered him by the motherly disposition of the women about him can so readily turn into gall. 430. A voluntary victim. There is nothing by which able women can so alleviate the lives of their husbands, should these be great and famous, as by becoming, so to speak, the receptacle for the general disfavor and occasional ill humor of the rest of mankind. Contemporaries are usually accustomed to overlook many mistakes, follies, and even flagrant injustices in their great men, if only they can find someone to maltreat and kill as a proper victim for the relief of their feelings. A wife not infrequently has the ambition to present herself for this sacrifice, and then the husband may indeed feel satisfied, he being enough of an egoist to have such a voluntary storm, rain, and lightning conductor beside him. 431. Agreeable adversaries. The natural inclination of women towards quiet, regular, happily tuned existences and intercourse, the oil-like and calming effect of their influence upon the sea of life, operates unconsciously against the heroic inner impulse of the free spirit. Without knowing it, women act as if they were taking away the stones from the path of the wandering mineralogist, in order that he might not strike his foot against them, when he has gone out for the very purpose of striking against them. 432. The discord of two concords. Woman wants to serve, and finds her happiness therein. The free spirit does not want to be served, and therein finds his happiness. 433. Xanthippe. Socrates found a wife such as he required, but he would not have sought her had he known her sufficiently well. Even the heroism of his free spirit would not have gone so far. As a matter of fact, Xanthippe forced him more and more into his peculiar profession, inasmuch as she made house and home doleful and dismal to him. She taught him to live in the streets, and wherever gossiping and idling went on, and thereby made him the greatest Athenian street dialectician, who had at last to compare himself to a gadfly which a god had set on the neck of the beautiful horse Athens to prevent it from resting. 434. Blind to the future. Just as mothers have senses and eye only for those pains of their children that are evident to the senses and eye, so the wives of men of high aspirations cannot accustom themselves to see their husbands suffering, starving, or slighted, although all this is perhaps not only the proof that they have rightly chosen their attitude in life, but even the guarantee that their great aims must be achieved sometime. Women always intrigue privately against the higher souls of their husbands. They want to cheat them out of their future for the sake of a painless and comfortable present. 435. Authority and freedom. However highly women may honor their husbands, they honor still more the powers and ideas recognized by society. They have been accustomed for millennia to go along with their hands folded on their breasts, and their heads bent before everything dominant, disapproving of all resistance to public authority. They therefore unintentionally, as if from instinct, hang themselves as a drag on the wheels of free-spirited, independent endeavor, and in certain circumstances make their husbands highly impatient, especially when the latter persuade themselves that it is really love which prompts the action of their wives. To disapprove of women's methods and generously to honor the motives that prompt them, that is man's nature, and often enough his despair. 436. Ceterum censeo. It is laughable when a company of paupers decree the abolition of the right of inheritance, and it is not less laughable when childless persons labor for the practical law-giving of a country. They have not enough ballast in their ship to sail safely over the ocean of the future. But it seems equally senseless if a man who has chosen for his mission the widest knowledge and estimation of universal existence burdens himself with personal considerations for a family, with the support, protection, and care of wife and child, and in front of his telescope hangs that gloomy veil through which hardly a ray from the distant firmament can penetrate. Thus I too agree with the opinion that in matters of the highest philosophy all married men are to be suspected. 437. Finally, there are many kinds of hemlock, and fate generally finds an opportunity to put a cup of this poison to the lips of the free spirit, in order to punish him, as every one then says. What do the women do about him then? They cry and lament, and perhaps disturb the sunset calm of the thinker, as they did in the prison at Athens. O Crito, bid some one take those women away, said Socrates at last. End of Division 7. Division 8, Part 1 of Human, All Too Human, a book for free spirits by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Helen Zimmern, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Eighth Division, A Glance at the State, Part 1, 438. Asking to be heard. The demagogic disposition and the intention of working upon the masses is at present common to all political parties. On this account they are all obliged to change their principles into great al fresco follies, and thus make a show of them. In this matter there is no further alteration to be made. Indeed, it is superfluous even to raise a finger against it. For here Voltaire's saying applies: Quand la populace se meurt de raisonner, tout est perdu. Since this has happened, we have to accommodate ourselves to the new conditions, as we have to accommodate ourselves when an earthquake has displaced the old boundaries and the contour of the land and altered the value of property. Moreover, when it is once for all a question in the politics of all parties to make life endurable to the greatest possible majority, this majority may always decide what they understand by an endurable life. If they believe their intellect capable of finding the right means to this end, why should we doubt about it? They want, once for all, to be the architects of their own good or ill fortune, and if their feeling of free choice and their pride in the 5 or 6 ideas that their brain conceals and brings to light really makes life so agreeable to them that they gladly put up with the fatal consequences of their narrow-mindedness, there is little to object to, provided that their narrow-mindedness does not go so far as to demand that everything shall become politics in this sense, that all shall live and act according to this standard. For in the first place, it must be more than ever permissible for some people to keep aloof from politics and to stand somewhat aside. To this they are also impelled by the pleasure of free choice, and connected with this there may even be some little pride in keeping silence when too many, and only the many, are speaking. Then this small group must be excused if they do not attach such great importance to the happiness of the majority. Nations or strata of population may be understood thereby, and are occasionally guilty of an ironical grimace, for their seriousness lies elsewhere, their conception of happiness is quite different, and their aim cannot be encompassed by every clumsy hand that has just 5 fingers. Finally, there comes from time to time what is certainly most difficult to concede to them, but must also be conceded, a moment when they emerge from their silent solitariness and try once more the strength of their lungs. They then call to each other like people lost in a wood, to make themselves known, and for mutual encouragement, whereby, to be sure, much becomes audible that sounds evil to ears for which it is not intended. Soon, however, silence again prevails in the wood, such silence that the buzzing, humming, and fluttering of the countless insects that live in, above, and beneath it are again plainly heard. 439. Culture and Caste. A higher culture can only originate where there are 2 distinct castes of society, that of the working class and that of the leisured class, who are capable of true leisure; or, more strongly expressed, the caste of compulsory labor and the caste of free labor. The point of view of the division of happiness is not essential when it is a question of the production of a higher culture. In any case, however, the leisured caste is more susceptible to suffering and suffer more. Their pleasure in existence is less, and their task is greater. Now, supposing there should be quite an interchange between the 2 castes, so that on the one hand the duller and less intelligent families and individuals are lowered from the higher caste into the lower, and on the other hand the freer men of the lower caste obtain access to the higher, a condition of things would be attained beyond which one can only perceive the open sea of vague wishes. Thus speaks to us the vanishing voice of the olden time, but where are there still ears to hear it? 440. Of good blood. That which men and women of good blood possess much more than others, and which gives them an undoubted right to be more highly appreciated, are 2 arts which are always increased by inheritance. the art of being able to command, and the art of proud obedience. Now, wherever commanding is the business of the day, as in the great world of commerce and industry, there results something similar to these families of good blood, only the noble bearing in obedience is lacking, which is an inheritance from feudal conditions, and hardly grows any longer in the climate of our culture. 441. Subordination. The subordination which is so highly valued in military and official ranks will soon become as incredible to us as the secret tactics of the Jesuits have already become. And when this subordination is no longer possible, a multitude of astonishing results will no longer be attained, and the world will be all the poorer. It must disappear, for its foundation is disappearing. The belief in unconditional authority, in ultimate truth, even in military ranks, physical compulsion is not sufficient to produce it, but only the inherited adoration of the princely as of something superhuman. In freer circumstances, people subordinate themselves only on conditions, in compliance with a mutual contract, consequently with all the provisos of self-interest. 442. The National Army. The greatest disadvantage of the national army, now so much glorified, lies in the squandering of men of the highest civilization. It is only by the favorableness of all circumstances that there are such men at all. How carefully and anxiously should we deal with them, since long periods are required to create the chance conditions for the production of such delicately organized brains. But as the Greeks wallowed in the blood of Greeks, so do Europeans now in the blood of Europeans, and indeed, taken relatively, it is mostly the highly cultivated who are sacrificed, those who promise an abundant and excellent posterity, for such stand in the front of the battle as commanders, and also expose themselves to most danger by reason of their higher ambition. At present, when quite other and higher tasks are assigned than patria and honor, the rough Roman patriotism is either something dishonorable or a sign of being behind the times. 443. Hope as presumption. Our social order will slowly melt away, as all former orders have done, as soon as the suns of new opinions have shone upon mankind with a new glow. We can only wish this melting away in the hope thereof, and we are only reasonably entitled to hope when we believe that we and our equals have more strength in heart and head than the representatives of the existing state of things. As a rule, therefore, this hope will be a presumption, an overestimation. 444. War. Against war it may be said that it makes the victor stupid and the vanquished revengeful. In favor of war it may be said that it barbarizes in both its above-named results, and thereby makes more natural. It is the sleep or the winter period of culture. Man emerges from it with greater strength for good and for evil. 445. In the prince's service. To be able to act quite regardlessly, it is best for a statesman to carry out his work, not for himself, but for a prince. The eye of the spectator is dazzled by the splendor of this general disinterestedness, so that it does not see the malignancy and severity which the work of a statesman brings with it. 446. A question of power, not of right. As regards socialism, in the eyes of those who always consider higher utility, if it is really a rising against their oppressors of those who for centuries have been oppressed and downtrodden, there is no problem of right involved, notwithstanding the ridiculous effeminate question, how far ought we to grant its demands, but only a problem of power. The same, therefore, as in the case of a natural force, steam for instance, which is either forced by man into his service as a machine god, or which, in case of defects of the machine, that is to say, defects of human calculation, in its construction destroys it and man together. In order to solve this question of power, we must know how strong socialism is, in what modification it may yet be employed as a powerful lever in the present mechanism of political forces. Under certain circumstances we should do all we can to strengthen it with every great force, be it the most dangerous, men have to think how they can make of it an instrument for their purposes. Socialism acquires a right only if war seems to have taken place between the two powers, the representatives of the old and the new, when, however, a wise calculation of the greatest possible preservation and advantageousness to both sides gives rise to a desire for a treaty. Without treaty, no right. So far, however, there is neither war nor treaty on the ground in question, therefore no rights, no ought. 447. Utilizing the most trivial dishonesty. The power of the press consists in the fact that every individual who ministers to it only feels himself bound and constrained to a very small extent. He usually expresses his opinion, but sometimes also does not express it in order to serve his party or the politics of his country or even himself. Such little faults of dishonesty, or perhaps only of a dishonest silence, are not hard to bear by the individual, but the consequences are extraordinary, because these little faults are committed by many at the same time. Each one says to himself, for such small concessions I live better and can make my income. By the want of such little compliances I make myself impossible. Because it seems almost morally indifferent to write a line more, perhaps even without signature, or not to write it, a person who has money and influence can make any opinion a public one. He who knows that most people are weak in trifles, and wishes to attain his own ends thereby, is always dangerous. 448. Too loud a tone in grievances. Through the fact that an account of a bad state of things, for instance, the crimes of an administration, bribery, and arbitrary favor in political or learned bodies, is greatly exaggerated, it fails in its effect on intelligent people, but has all the greater effect on the unintelligent, who would have remained indifferent to an accurate and moderate account. But as these latter are considerably in the majority, and harbor in themselves stronger will power and more impatient desire for action, the exaggeration becomes the cause of investigations, punishments, promises, and reorganizations. In so far, it is useful to exaggerate the accounts of bad states of things. 449. The apparent weather makers of politics. Just as people tacitly assume that he who understands the weather and foretells it about a day in advance makes the weather, so even the educated and learned, with a display of superstitious faith, ascribe to great statesmen as their most special work all the important changes and conjunctures that have taken place during their administration, when it is only evident that they knew something thereof a little earlier than other people and made their calculations accordingly. Thus they are also looked upon as weather makers, and this belief is not the least important instrument of their power. 450. New and old conceptions of government. To draw such a distinction between government and people, as if two separate spheres of power, a stronger and higher, and a weaker and lower, negotiated and came to terms with each other, is a remnant of transmitted political sentiment, which still accurately represents the historic establishment of the conditions of power in most states. When Bismarck, for instance, describes the constitutional system as a compromise between government and people, he speaks in accordance with a principle which has its reason in history, from whence, to be sure, it also derives its admixture of folly, without which nothing human can exist. On the other hand, we must now learn, in accordance with a principle which has originated only in the brain and has still to make history, that government is nothing but an organ of the people, not an attentive, honorable higher, in relation to a lower accustomed to modesty. Before we accept this hitherto unhistorical and arbitrary, although logical formulation of the conception of government, let us but consider its consequences, for the relation between people and government is the strongest typical relation, after the pattern of which the relationship between teacher and pupil, master and servants, father and family, leader and soldier, master and apprentice is unconsciously formed. At present, under the influence of the prevailing constitutional system of government, all these relationships are changing a little. They are becoming compromises, but how they will have to be reversed and shifted and change name and nature when that newest of all conceptions has got the upper hand everywhere in people's minds. to achieve which, however, a century may yet be required. In this matter there is nothing further to be wished for except caution and slow development. 451. Justice as the decoy cry of parties. Well may noble, if not exactly very intelligent, representatives of the governing classes asseverate, we will treat men equally and grant them equal rights. So far a socialistic mode of thought which is based on justice is possible, but, as has been said, only within the ranks of the governing class, which in this case practices justice with sacrifices and abnegations. On the other hand, to demand equality of rights, as do the socialists of the subject caste, is by no means the outcome of justice, but of covetousness. If you expose bloody pieces of flesh to a beast, and withdraw them again until it finally begins to roar, do you think that roaring implies justice? 452. Possession and justice. When the socialists point out that the division of property at the present day is the consequence of countless deeds of injustice and violence, and in summa repudiate obligation to anything with so unrighteous a basis, they only perceive something isolated. The entire past of ancient civilization is built up on violence, slavery, deception, and error. We, however, cannot annul ourselves the errors of all these conditions, nay, the concrescences of all this past, and are not entitled to demand the withdrawal of a single fragment thereof. The unjust disposition lurks also in the souls of non-possessors. They are not better than the possessors, and have no moral prerogative, for at one time or another their ancestors have been possessors. Not forcible new distributions, but gradual transformations of opinion are necessary. Justice in all matters must become greater, the instinct of violence weaker. 453. The helmsman of the passions. The statesman excites public passions in order to have the advantage of the counter passions thereby aroused. To give an example, a German statesman knows quite well that the Catholic Church will never have the same plans as Russia; indeed, that it would far rather be allied with the Turk than with the former country. He likewise knows that Germany is threatened with great danger from an alliance between France and Russia. If he can succeed, therefore, in making France the focus and fortress of the Catholic Church, he has averted this danger for a lengthy period. He has accordingly an interest in showing hatred against the Catholics, in transforming, by all kinds of hostility, the supporters of the Pope's authority into an impassioned political power, which is opposed to German politics, and must, as a matter of course, coalesce with France as the adversary of Germany. His aim is the Catholicizing of France, just as necessarily as Mirabeau saw the salvation of his native land in de-Catholicizing it. The one state, therefore, desires to muddle millions of minds of another state in order to gain advantage thereby. It is the same disposition which supports the republican form of government of a neighboring state, le désordre organisé, as Mérimée says, for the sole reason that it assumes that this form of government makes the nation weaker, more distracted, less fit for war. 454. The dangerous revolutionary spirits. Those who are bent on revolutionizing society may be divided into those who seek something for themselves thereby, and those who seek something for their children and grandchildren. The latter are the more dangerous, for they have the belief in the good conscience of disinterestedness. The others can be appeased by favors. Those in power are still sufficiently rich and wise to adopt that expedient. The danger begins as soon as the aims become impersonal. Revolutionists seeking impersonal interests may consider all defenders of the present state of things as personally interested, and may therefore feel themselves superior to their opponents. 455. The political value of paternity. When a man has no sons, he has not a full right to join in a discussion concerning the needs of a particular community. A person must himself have staked his dearest object along with the others. That alone binds him fast to the state. He must have in view the well-being of his descendants, and must therefore, above all, have descendants in order to take a right and natural share in all institutions and the changes thereof. The development of higher morality depends on a person's having sons. It disposes him to be unegoistic, or, more correctly, it extends his egoism in its duration and permits him earnestly to strive after goals which lie beyond his individual lifetime. 456. Pride of descent. A man may be justly proud of an unbroken line of good ancestors down to his father, not, however, of the line itself, for every one has that. Descent from good ancestors constitutes the real nobility of birth. A single break in the chain, one bad ancestor, therefore destroys the nobility of birth. Every one who talks about his nobility should be asked, have you no violent, avaricious, dissolute, wicked, cruel man amongst your ancestors? If with good cognizance and conscience he can answer no, then let his friendship be sought. 457. Slaves and Laborers. The fact that we regard the gratification of vanity as of more account than all other forms of well-being, security, position, and pleasures of all sorts, is shown to a ludicrous extent by every one wishing for the abolition of slavery, and utterly abhorring to put any one into this position, apart altogether from political reasons, while every one must acknowledge to himself that in all respects slaves live more securely and more happily than modern laborers, and that slave labor is very easy labor compared with that of the laborer. We protest in the name of the dignity of man, but express more simply, that is just our darling vanity, which feels non-equality and inferiority in public estimation to be the hardest lot of all. The cynic thinks differently concerning the matter, because he despises honor, and so Diogenes was for some time a slave and tutor. 458. Leading minds and their instruments. We see that great statesmen, and in general all who have to employ many people to carry out their plans, sometimes proceed one way and sometimes another. They either choose with great skill and care the people suitable for their plans, and then leave them a comparatively large amount of liberty, because they know that the nature of the person selected impels them precisely to the point where they themselves would have them go. Or else they choose badly, in fact take whatever comes to hand, but out of every piece of clay they form something useful for their purpose. These latter minds are the more high-handed. They also desire more submissive instruments. Their knowledge of mankind is usually much smaller, their contempt of mankind greater than in the case of the first mentioned class, but the machines they construct generally work better than the machines from the workshops of the former. 459. Arbitrary law necessary. Jurists dispute whether the most perfectly thought out law, or that which is most easily understood, should prevail in a nation. The former, the best model of which is Roman law, seems incomprehensible to the layman, and is therefore not the expression of his sense of justice. Popular laws, the Germanic for instance, have been rude, superstitious, illogical, and in part idiotic, but they represented very definite inherited national morals and sentiments. But whereas with us law is no longer custom, it can only command and be compulsion. None of us any longer possesses a traditional sense of justice. We must therefore content ourselves with arbitrary laws, which are the expressions of the necessity that there must be law. The most logical is then, in any case, the most acceptable, because it is the most impartial, granting even that in every case the smallest unit of measure in the relation of crime and punishment is arbitrarily fixed. 460. The great man of the masses. The recipe for what the masses call a great man is easily given. In all circumstances let a person provide them with something very pleasant, or first let him put it into their heads that this or that would be very pleasant, and then let him give it to them. On no account give it immediately, however, but let him acquire it by the greatest exertions, or seem thus to acquire it. The masses must have the impression that there is a powerful, nay, indomitable strength of will operating. At least it must seem to be there operating. Everybody admires a strong will because nobody possesses it, and everybody says to himself that if he did possess it, there would no longer be any bounds for him and his egoism. If, then, it becomes evident that such a strong will effects something very agreeable to the masses, instead of hearkening to the wishes of covetousness, people admire once more and wish good luck to themselves. Moreover, if he has all the qualities of the masses, they are the less ashamed before him, and he is all the more popular. Consequently, he may be violent, envious, rapacious, intriguing, flattering, fawning, inflated, and, according to circumstances, anything whatsoever. 461. Prince and God. People frequently commune with their princes in the same way as with their God, as indeed the prince himself was frequently the deity's representative, or at least his high priest. This almost uncanny disposition of veneration, disquiet, and shame grew and has grown much weaker, but occasionally it flares up again, and fastens upon powerful persons generally. The cult of genius is an echo of this veneration of gods and princes. Wherever an effort is made to exalt particular men to the superhuman, there is also a tendency to regard whole grades of the population as coarser and baser than they really are. 462. My Utopia. In a better arranged society, the heavy work and trouble of life will be assigned to those who suffer least through it, to the most obtuse, therefore, and so step by step up to those who are most sensitive to the highest and sublimest kinds of suffering, and who therefore still suffer notwithstanding the greatest alleviations of life. 463. A delusion in subversive doctrines. There are political and social dreamers who ardently and eloquently call for the overthrow of all order, in the belief that the proudest fane of beautiful humanity will then rear itself immediately, almost of its own accord. In these dangerous dreams there is still an echo of Rousseau's superstition, which believes in a marvelous primordial goodness of human nature, buried up as it were, and lays all the blame of that bearing up on the institutions of civilization, on society, state, and education. Unfortunately, it is well known by historical experiences that every such overthrow reawakens into new life the wildest energies, the long buried horrors and extravagances of remotest ages, that an overthrow therefore may possibly be a source of strength to a deteriorated humanity, but never a regulator, architect, artist, or perfecter of human nature. It was not Voltaire's moderate nature inclined towards regulating, purifying, and reconstructing, but Rousseau's passionate follies and half lies that aroused the optimistic spirit of the Revolution, against which I cry, Écrasez l'infâme. Owing to this, the spirit of enlightenment and progressive development has been long scared away. Let us see, each of us individually, if it is not possible to recall it. 464. Moderation, when perfect resoluteness in thinking and investigating, that is to say, freedom of spirit, has become a feature of character, it produces moderation of conduct, for it weakens avidity, attracts much extant energy for the furtherance of intellectual aims, and shows the semi-usefulness or uselessness and danger of all sudden changes. 465. The resurrection of the spirit. A nation usually renews its youth on a political sickbed, and there finds again the spirit which it had gradually lost in seeking and maintaining power. Culture is indebted most of all to politically weakened periods. 466. New opinions in the old home. The overthrow of opinions is not immediately followed by the overthrow of institutions. On the contrary, the new opinions dwell for a long time in the desolate and haunted house of their predecessors, and conserve it even for want of a habitation. 467. Public education. In large states, public education will always be extremely mediocre, for the same reason that in large kitchens the cooking is at best only mediocre. 468. Innocent corruption. In all institutions into which the sharp breeze of public criticism does not penetrate, an innocent corruption grows up like a fungus, for instance, in learned bodies and senates. 469. Scholars as politicians. To scholars who become politicians, the comic role is usually assigned. They have to be the good conscience of a state policy. 470. The wolf hidden behind the sheep. Almost every politician, in certain circumstances, has such need of an honest man that he breaks into the sheepfold like a famished wolf, not, however, to devour a stolen sheep, but to hide himself behind its woolly back. 471. Happy times. A happy age is no longer possible, because men only wish for it, but do not desire to have it. And each individual, when good days come for him, learns positively to pray for disquiet and misery. The destiny of mankind is arranged for happy moments. Every life has such, but not for happy times. Nevertheless, such times will continue to exist in man's imagination, as over the hills and far away, an heirloom of his earliest ancestors, for the idea of the happy age, from the earliest times to the present, has no doubt been derived from the state in which man, after violent exertions in hunting and warfare, gives himself over to repose, stretches out his limbs, and hears the wings of sleep rustle around him. It is a false conclusion when, in accordance with that old habit, man imagines that after whole periods of distress and trouble he will be able also to enjoy the state of happiness in proportionate increase and duration. End of Division 8, Part 1. Division 8, Part 2 of Human, All Too Human, a book for free spirits by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Helen Zimmern. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8th Division, A Glance at the State, Part 2. 472. Religion and Government. So long as the state, or more properly the government, regards itself as the appointed guardian of a number of minors, and on their account considers the question whether religion should be preserved or abolished, it is highly probable that it will always decide for the preservation thereof. For religion satisfies the nature of the individual in times of loss, destitution, terror, and distrust. In cases, therefore, where the government feels itself incapable of doing anything directly for the mitigation of the spiritual sufferings of the individual, indeed, even in general, unavoidable, and next to inevitable evils, famines, financial crises, and wars, religion gives to the masses an attitude of tranquillity and confiding expectancy. Whenever the necessary or accidental deficiencies of the state government, or the dangerous consequences of dynastic interests, strike the eyes of the intelligent and make them refractory, the unintelligent will only think they see the finger of God therein, and will submit with patience to the dispensations from on high, a conception in which divine and human modes of government usually coalesce. Thus internal civil peace and continuity of development will be preserved. The power which lies in the unity of popular feeling, in the existence of the same opinions and aims for all, is protected and confirmed by religion. The rare cases excepted, in which a priesthood cannot agree with the state about the price, and therefore comes into conflict with it. As a rule, the state will know how to win over the priests, because it needs their most private and secret system for educating souls, and knows how to value servants who apparently and outwardly represent quite other interests. Even at present, no power can become legitimate without the assistance of the priests, a fact which Napoleon understood. Thus, absolutely paternal government and the careful preservation of religion necessarily go hand in hand. In this connection, it must be taken for granted that the rulers and governing classes are enlightened concerning the advantages which religion affords, and consequently feel themselves to a certain extent superior to it, inasmuch as they use it as a means. Thus freedom of spirit has its origin here. But how will it be when the totally different interpretation of the idea of government, such as is taught in democratic states, begins to prevail? When one sees in it nothing but the instrument of the popular will, no upper in contrast to an under, but merely a function of the sole sovereign, the people. Here also only the same attitude which the people assume towards religion can be assumed by the government. Every diffusion of enlightenment will have to find an echo even in the representatives, and the utilizing and exploiting of religious impulses and consolations for state purposes will not be so easy, unless powerful party leaders occasionally exercise an influence resembling that of enlightened despotism. When, however, the state is not permitted to derive any further advantage from religion, or when people think far too variously on religious matters to allow the state to adopt a consistent and uniform procedure with respect to them, the way out of the difficulty will necessarily present itself, namely to treat religion as a private affair, and leave it to the conscience and custom of each single individual. The first result of all is that religious feeling seems to be strengthened, inasmuch as hidden and suppressed impulses thereof, which the state had unintentionally or intentionally stifled, now break forth and rush to extremes. Later on, however, it is found that religion is overgrown with sects, and that an abundance of dragons' teeth were sown as soon as religion was made a private affair. The spectacle of strife and the hostile laying bare of all the weaknesses of religious confessions admit finally of no other expedient, except that every better and more talented person should make irreligiousness his private affair, a sentiment which now obtains the upper hand even in the minds of the governing classes, and almost against their will gives an anti-religious character to their measures. As soon as this happens, the sentiment of persons still religiously disposed, who formerly adored the state as something half sacred or wholly sacred, changes into decided hostility to the state. They lie in wait for governmental measures, seeking to hinder, thwart, and disturb as much as they can, and by the fury of their contradiction drive the opposing parties, the irreligious ones, into an almost fanatical enthusiasm for the state, in connection with which there is also the silently cooperating influence that since their separation from religion, the hearts of persons in these circles are conscious of a void, and seek by devotion to the state to provide themselves provisionally with a substitute for religion, a kind of stuffing for the void. After these, perhaps lengthy transitional struggles, it is finally decided whether the religious parties are still strong enough to revive an old condition of things and turn the wheel backwards, in which case enlightened despotism, perhaps less enlightened and more timorous than formerly, inevitably gets the state into its hands, or whether the non-religious parties achieve their purpose, and possibly through schools and education check the increase of their opponents during several generations, and finally make them no longer possible. Then, however, their enthusiasm for the state also abates. It always becomes more obvious that along with the religious adoration, which regards the state as a mystery and a supernatural institution, the reverent and pious relation to it has also been convulsed. Henceforth individuals see only that side of the state which may be useful or injurious to them, and press forward by all means to obtain an influence over it. But this rivalry soon becomes too great. Men and parties change too rapidly, and throw each other down again too furiously from the mountain when they have only just succeeded in getting aloft. All the measures which such a government carries out lack the guarantee of permanence. People then fight shy of undertakings which would require the silent growth of future decades or centuries to produce ripe fruit. Nobody henceforth feels any other obligation to a law than to submit for the moment to the power which introduced the law. People immediately set to work, however, to undermine it by a new power, a newly formed majority. Finally, it may be confidently asserted, the distrust of all government, the insight into the useless and harassing nature of these short-winded struggles must drive men to an entirely new resolution, to the abrogation of the conception of the state, and the abolition of the contrast of private and public. Private concerns gradually absorb the business of the state. Even the toughest residue which is left over from the old work of governing, the business, for instance, which is meant to protect private persons from private persons, will at last some day be managed by private enterprise. The neglect, decline, and death of the state, the liberation of the private person, I'm careful not to say the individual, are the consequences of the democratic conception of the state. That is its mission. When it has accomplished its task, which, like everything human, involves much rationality and irrationality, and when all relapses into the old malady have been overcome, then a new leaf in the storybook of humanity will be unrolled, on which readers will find all kinds of strange tales, and perhaps also some amount of good. To repeat shortly what has been said, the interests of the tutelary government and the interests of religion go hand in hand, so that when the latter begins to decay, the foundations of the state are also shaken. The belief in a divine regulation of political affairs, in a mystery, in the existence of the state, is of religious origin. If religion disappears, the state will inevitably lose its old veil of Isis, and will no longer arouse veneration. The sovereignty of the people, looked at closely, serves also to dispel the final fascination and superstition in the realm of these sentiments. Modern democracy is the historical form of the decay of the state. The outlook which results from this certain decay is not, however, unfortunate in every respect. The wisdom and the selfishness of men are the best developed of all their qualities. When the state no longer meets the demands of these impulses, chaos will least of all result, but a still more appropriate expedient than the state will get the mastery over the state. How man-organizing forces have already been seen to die out, for example, that of the gens or clan, which for millennia was far mightier than the power of the family, and indeed already ruled and regulated long before the latter existed. We ourselves see the important notions of the right and might of the family, which once possessed the supremacy, as far as the Roman system extended, always becoming paler and feebler. In the same way, a later generation will also see the state become meaningless in certain parts of the world, an idea which many contemporaries can hardly contemplate without alarm and horror. To labor for the propagation and realization of this idea is certainly another thing. One must think very presumptuously of one's reason. and only half understand history to set one's hand to the plough at present, when as yet no one can show us the seeds that are afterwards to be sown upon the broken soil. Let us therefore trust to the wisdom and selfishness of men, that the state may yet exist a good while longer, and that the destructive attempts of overzealous, too hasty zealists may be in vain. 473. Socialism with regard to its means. Socialism is the fantastic younger brother of almost decrepit despotism, which it wants to succeed. Its efforts are therefore in the deepest sense reactionary, for it desires such an amount of state power as only despotism has possessed. Indeed, it outdoes all the past, in that it aims at the complete annihilation of the individual, whom it deems an unauthorized luxury of nature, which is to be improved by it into an appropriate organ of the general community. Owing to its relationship, it always appears in proximity to excessive developments of power, like the old typical socialist Plato at the court of the Sicilian tyrant. It desires, and under certain circumstances furthers, the Caesarian despotism of this century, because, as has been said, it would like to become its heir. But even this inheritance would not suffice for its objects. It requires the most submissive prostration of all citizens before the absolute state, such as has never yet been realized, and as it can no longer even count upon the old religious piety towards this state, but must rather strive involuntarily and continuously for the abolition thereof, because it strives for the abolition of all existing states, it can only hope for existence occasionally, here and there for short periods, by means of the extremest terrorism. It is therefore silently preparing itself for reigns of terror, and drives the word justice like a nail into the heads of the half-cultured masses, in order to deprive them completely of their understanding, after they had already suffered seriously from the half-culture, and to provide them with a good conscience for the bad game they are to play. Socialism may serve to teach, very brutally and impressively, the danger of all accumulations of state power. It may serve so far to inspire distrust of the state itself. When its rough voice strikes up the war cry, as much state as possible, the shout at first becomes louder than ever, but soon the opposition cry also breaks forth with so much greater force, as little state as possible. 474. The development of the mind, feared by the state. The Greek polis was, like every organizing political power, exclusive and distrustful of the growth of culture. Its powerful fundamental impulse seemed almost solely to have a paralyzing and obstructive effect thereon. It did not want to let any history or any becoming have a place in culture. The education laid down in the state laws was meant to be obligatory on all generations, to keep them at one stage of development. Plato also, later on, did not desire it to be otherwise in his ideal state. In spite of the polis, culture developed itself in this manner. Indirectly, to be sure, and against its will, the polis furnished assistance, because the ambition of individuals therein was stimulated to the utmost, so that, having once found the path of intellectual development, they followed it to its farthest extremity. On the other hand, appeal should not be made to the panegyric of Pericles, for it is only a great optimistic dream about the alleged necessary connection between the polis and Athenian culture. Immediately before the night fell over Athens, the plague and the breakdown of tradition, Thucydides makes this culture flash up once more like of the evil day that had preceded. 475. European man and the destruction of nationalities. Commerce and industry, interchange of books and letters, the universality of all higher culture, the rapid changing of locality and landscape, and the present nomadic life of all who are not landowners, these circumstances necessarily bring with them a weakening, and finally a destruction of nationalities, at least of European nationalities, so that in consequence of perpetual crossings there must arise out of them all a mixed race, that of the European man. At present the isolation of nations through the rise of national enmities, consciously or unconsciously, counteracts this tendency. But nevertheless the process of fusing advances slowly, in spite of those occasional countercurrents. This artificial nationalism is, however, as dangerous as was artificial Catholicism, for it is essentially an unnatural condition of extremity, and martial law which has been proclaimed by the few over the many, and requires artifice, lying, and force to maintain its reputation. It is not the interests of the many of the peoples, as they probably say, but it is first of all the interests of certain princely dynasties, and then of certain commercial and social classes, which impel to this nationalism. Once we have recognized this fact, we should just fearlessly style ourselves good Europeans, and labor actively for the amalgamation of nations, in which efforts Germans may assist by virtue of their hereditary position as interpreters and intermediaries between nations. By the way, the great problem of the Jews only exists within the national states, inasmuch as their energy and higher intelligence, their intellectual and volitional capital, accumulated from generation to generation in tedious schools of suffering, must necessarily attain to universal supremacy, here to an extent provocative of envy and hatred, so that the literary misconduct is becoming prevalent in almost all modern nations, and all the more so as they again set up to be national, of sacrificing the Jews as the scapegoats of all possible public and private abuses. So soon as it is no longer a question of the preservation or establishment of nations, but of the production and training of a European mixed race of the greatest possible strength, the Jew is just as useful and desirable an ingredient as any other national remnant. Every nation, every individual has unpleasant and even dangerous qualities. It is cruel to require that the Jew should be an exception. Those qualities may even be dangerous and frightful in a special degree in his case, and perhaps the young stock exchange Jew is in general the most repulsive invention of the human species. Nevertheless, in a general summing up, I should like to know how much must be excused in a nation which, not without blame on the part of all of us, has had the most mournful history of all nations, and to which we owe the most loving of men, Christ, the most upright of sages, Spinoza, the mightiest book and the most effective moral law in the world. Moreover, in the darkest times of the Middle Ages, when Asiatic clouds had gathered darkly over Europe, it was Jewish freethinkers, scholars, and physicians who upheld the banner of enlightenment and of intellectual independence under the severest personal sufferings, and defended Europe against Asia. We owe it not least to their efforts that a more natural, more reasonable, at all events unmythical explanation of the world was finally able to get the upper hand once more, and that the link of culture which now unites us with the enlightenment of Graeco-Roman antiquity has remained unbroken. If Christianity has done everything to orientalize the Occident, Judaism has assisted essentially in occidentalizing it anew, which in a certain sense is equivalent to making Europe's mission and history a continuation of that of Greece. 476. Apparent superiority of the Middle Ages. The Middle Ages present in the Church an institution with an absolutely universal aim, involving the whole of humanity, an aim, moreover, which, presumably, concerned man's highest interests. In comparison therewith, the aims of the states and nations which modern history exhibits make a painful impression. They seem petty, base, material, and restricted in extent, but this different impression on our imagination should certainly not determine our judgment, for that universal institution corresponded to feigned and fictitiously fostered needs, such as the need of salvation, which, wherever they did not already exist, it had first of all to create. The new institutions, however, relieve actual distresses, and the time is coming when institutions will arise to minister to the common, genuine needs of all men, and to cast that fantastic prototype, the Catholic Church, into shade and oblivion. 477. War indispensable. It is nothing but fanaticism and beautiful soulism to expect very much, or even much only, from humanity when it has forgotten how to wage war. For the present we know of no other means whereby the rough energy of the camp, the deep impersonal hatred, the cold-bloodedness of murder with a good conscience, the general ardor of the system in the destruction of the enemy, the proud indifference to great losses, to one's own existence and that of one's friends, the hollow earthquake-like convulsion of the soul, can be as forcibly and certainly communicated to enervated nations as is done by every great war, owing to the brooks and streams that here break forth, which certainly sweep stones and rubbish of all sorts along with them, and destroy the meadows of delicate cultures. The mechanism in the workshops of the mind is afterwards, in favorable circumstances, rotated by new power. Culture can by no means dispense with passions, vices, and malignities. When the Romans, after having become imperial, had grown rather tired of war, they attempted to gain new strength by beast baitings, gladiatorial combats, and Christian persecutions. The English of today, who appear on the whole to have also renounced war, adopt other means in order to generate anew those vanishing forces, namely the dangerous exploring expeditions, sea voyages, and mountaineerings, nominally undertaken for scientific purposes, but in reality to bring home surplus strength from adventures and dangers of all kinds. Many other such substitutes for war will be discovered, but perhaps precisely thereby it will become more and more obvious that such a highly cultivated and therefore necessarily enfeebled humanity as that of modern Europe not only needs wars, but the greatest and most terrible wars, consequently occasional relapses into barbarism, lest by the means of culture it should lose its culture and its very existence. 478. Industry in the South and the North. Industry arises in two entirely different ways. The artisans of the South are not industrious because of acquisitiveness, but because of the constant needs of others. The smith is industrious because someone is always coming who wants a horse shod or a carriage mended. If nobody came, he would loiter about in the marketplace. In a fruitful land, he has little trouble in supporting himself. For that purpose he requires only a very small amount of work, certainly no industry. Eventually he would beg and be contented. The industry of English workmen, on the contrary, has acquisitiveness behind it. It is conscious of itself and its aims. With property wants power, and with power the greatest possible liberty and individual distinction. 479. Wealth as the origin of a nobility of race. Wealth necessarily creates an aristocracy of race, for it permits the choice of the most beautiful women and the engagement of the best teachers. It allows a man cleanliness, time for physical exercises, and above all, immunity from dulling physical labor. So far it provides all the conditions for making man, after a few generations, move and even act nobly and handsomely. Greater freedom of character and absence of niggardliness, of wretchedly petty matters, and of abasement before bread-givers. It is precisely these negative qualities which are the most profitable birthday gift, that of happiness, for the young man. A person who is quite poor usually comes to grief through nobility of disposition. He does not get on, and acquires nothing. His race is not capable of living. In this connection, however, it must be remembered that wealth produces almost the same effects, whether one have $300,000 or $30,000 a year. There is no further essential progression of the favorable conditions afterwards. But to have less, to beg in boyhood, and to abase oneself is terrible, although it may be the proper starting point for such as seek their happiness in the splendor of courts, in subordination to the mighty and influential, or for such as wish to be heads of the church. It teaches how to slink crouching into the underground passages to favor. 480. Envy and inertia in different courses. The two opposing parties, the Socialist and the National, or whatever they may be called in the different countries of Europe, are worthy of each other. Envy and laziness are the motive powers in each of them. In the one camp they desire to work as little as possible with their hands, in the other as little as possible with their heads. In the latter they hate and envy prominent, self-evolving individuals who do not willingly allow themselves to be drawn up in rank and file for the purpose of a collective effect. In the former they hate and envy the better social caste, which is more favorably circumstanced outwardly, whose peculiar mission, the production of the highest blessings of culture, makes life inwardly all the harder and more painful. Certainly, if it be possible to make the spirit of the collective effect the spirit of the higher classes of society, the Socialist crowds are quite right when they also seek outward equalization between themselves and these classes, since they are certainly internally equalized with one another already in head and heart. Live as higher men, and always do the deeds of higher culture. Thus everything that lives will acknowledge your right, and the order of society, whose summit ye are, will be safe from every evil glance and attack. 481. High politics and their detriments. Just as a nation does not suffer the greatest losses that war and readiness for war involve through the expenses of the war, or the stoppage of trade and traffic, or through the maintenance of a standing army, however great these losses may now be, when 8 European states expend yearly the sum of 5 millions of marks thereon. But owing to the fact that year after year its ablest, strongest, and most industrious men are withdrawn in extraordinary numbers from their proper occupations and callings, to be turned into soldiers. In the same way, a nation that sets about practicing high politics and securing a decisive voice among the great powers does not suffer its greatest losses where they are usually supposed to be. In fact, from this time onward, it constantly sacrifices a number of its most conspicuous talents upon the altar of the fatherland, or of national ambition, whilst formerly other spheres of activity were open to those talents which are now swallowed up by politics. But apart from these public hecatombs, and in reality much more horrible, there is a drama which is constantly being performed simultaneously in 100,000 acts. Every able, industrious, intellectually striving man of a nation that thus covets political laurels is swayed by this covetousness. and no longer belongs entirely to himself alone, as he did formerly. The new daily questions and cares of the public welfare devour a daily tribute of the intellectual and emotional capital of every citizen. The sum of all these sacrifices and losses of individual energy and labor is so enormous that the political growth of a nation almost necessarily entails an intellectual impoverishment and lassitude, a diminished capacity for the performance of works that require great concentration and specialization. The question may finally be asked, does it then pay? All this bloom and magnificence of the total, which indeed only manifests itself as the fear of the new colossus in other nations, and as the compulsory favoring by them of national trade and commerce, when all the nobler, finer, and more intellectual plants and products in which its soil was hitherto so rich, must be sacrificed to this coarse and opalescent flower of the nation. 482. Repeated once more. Public opinion. Private laziness. End of Division 8, Part 2. Division 9, Part 1 of Human, All Too Human, a Book for Free Spirits by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Helen Zimmern. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ninth Division, Part 1, Man Alone by Himself. 483. The enemies of truth. Convictions are more dangerous enemies of truth than lies. 484. A topsy-turvy world. We criticize a thinker more severely when he puts an unpleasant statement before us, and yet it would be more reasonable to do so when we find his statement pleasant. 485. Decided character. A man far oftener appears to have a decided character from persistently following his temperament than from persistently following his principles. 486. The one thing needful. One thing a man must have, either a naturally light disposition, or a disposition lightened by art and knowledge. 487. The passion for things. Whoever sets his passion on things, sciences, arts, the common weal, the interests of culture, withdraws much fervor from his passion for persons, even when they are the representatives of those things, as statesmen, philosophers, and artists are the representatives of their creations. 488. Calmness in action. As a cascade in its descent becomes more deliberate and suspended, so the great man of action usually acts with more calmness than his strong passions previous to action would lead one to expect. 489. Not too deep. Persons who grasp a matter in all its depth seldom remain permanently true to it. They have just brought the depth up into the light, and there is always much evil to be seen there. 490. The illusion of idealists. All idealists imagine that the cause which they serve is essentially better than all other causes, and will not believe that if their cause is really to flourish, it requires precisely the same evil-smelling manure which all other human undertakings have need of. 491. Self-observation. Man is exceedingly well protected from himself, and guarded against his self-exploring and self-besieging. As a rule, he can perceive nothing of himself but his outworks. The actual fortress is inaccessible and even invisible to him, unless friends and enemies become traitors and lead him inside by secret paths. 492. The right calling. Men can seldom hold on to a calling unless they believe or persuade themselves that it is really more important than any other. Women are the same with their lovers. 493. Nobility of disposition. Nobility of disposition consists largely in good nature and absence of distrust, and therefore contains precisely that upon which money-grabbing and successful men take a pleasure in walking with superiority and scorn. 494. Goal and path. Many are obstinate with regard to the once chosen path, few with regard to the goal. 495. The offensiveness in an individual way of life. All specially individual lines of conduct excite irritation against him who adopts them. People feel themselves reduced to the level of commonplace creatures by the extraordinary treatment he bestows on himself. 496. The privilege of greatness. It is the privilege of greatness to confer intense happiness with insignificant gifts. 497. Unintentionally noble. A person behaves with unintentional nobleness when he has accustomed himself to seek naught from others and always to give to them. 498. A condition of heroism. When a person wishes to become a hero, the serpent must previously have become a dragon, otherwise he lacks his proper enemy. 499. Friends. Fellowship in joy, and not sympathy in sorrow, makes people friends. 500. Making use of ebb and flow. For the purpose of knowledge, we must know how to make use of the inward current which draws us towards a thing, and also of the current which after a time draws us away from it. 501. Joy in itself. Joy in the thing, people say, but in reality it is joy in itself by means of the thing. 502. The unassuming man. He who is unassuming towards persons manifests his presumption, all the more with regard to things, town, state, society, time, humanity. That is his revenge. 503. Envy and jealousy. Envy and jealousy are the pudenda of the human soul. The comparison may perhaps be carried further. 504. The noblest hypocrite. It is a very noble hypocrisy not to talk of oneself at all. 505. Vexation. Vexation is a physical disease which is not by any means cured when its cause is subsequently removed. 506. The champions of truth. Truth does not find fewest champions when it is dangerous to speak it, but when it is dull. 507. More troublesome even than enemies. Persons of whose sympathetic attitude we are not, in all circumstances, convinced, while for some reason or other, gratitude for instance, we are obliged to maintain the appearance of unqualified sympathy with them, trouble our imagination far more than our enemies do. 508. Free nature. We are so fond of being out among nature, because it has no opinions about us. 509. Each superior in one thing. In civilized intercourse, everyone feels himself superior to all others in at least one thing. Kindly feelings generally are based thereon, inasmuch as everyone can, in certain circumstances, render help, and is therefore entitled to accept help without shame. 510. Consolatory arguments. In the case of a death, we mostly use consolatory arguments, not so much to alleviate the grief as to make excuses for feeling so easily consoled. 511. Persons loyal to their convictions. Whoever is very busy retains his general views and opinions almost unchanged. So also does every one who labors in the service of an idea. He will never more examine the idea itself. He no longer has any time to do so. Indeed, it is against his interest to consider it as still admitting of discussion. 512. Morality and quantity. The higher morality of one man as compared with that of another often lies merely in the fact that his aims are quantitatively greater. The other, living in a circumscribed sphere, is dragged down by petty occupations. 513. The life as the proceeds of life. A man may stretch himself out ever so far with his knowledge, he may seem to himself ever so objective, but eventually he realizes nothing therefrom but his own biography. 514. Iron necessity. Iron necessity is a thing which has been found in the course of history to be neither iron nor necessary. 515. From experience. The unreasonableness of a thing is no argument against its existence, but rather a condition thereof. 516. Truth. Nobody dies nowadays of fatal truths. There are too many antidotes to them. 517. A fundamental insight. There is no pre-established harmony between the promotion of truth and the welfare of mankind. 518. Man's lot. He who thinks most deeply knows that he is always in the wrong, however he may act and decide. 519. Truth as Circe. Error has made animals into men. Is truth perhaps capable of making man into an animal again? 520. The danger of our culture. We belong to a period of which the culture is in danger of being destroyed by the appliances of culture. 521. Greatness means leading the way. No stream is large and copious of itself, but becomes great by receiving and leading on so many tributary streams. It is so also with all intellectual greatnesses. It is only a question of someone indicating the direction to be followed by so many affluents, not whether he was richly or poorly gifted originally. 522. A feeble conscience. People who talk about their importance to mankind have a feeble conscience for common bourgeois rectitude, keeping of contracts, promises, etc. 523. Desiring to be loved. The demand to be loved is the greatest of presumptions. 524. Contempt for men. The most unequivocal sign of contempt for man is to regard everybody merely as a means to one's own ends, or of no account whatever. 525. Partisans through contradiction. Whoever has driven men to fury against himself has also gained a party in his favor. 526. Forgetting experiences. Whoever thinks much and to good purpose easily forgets his own experiences, but not the thoughts which these experiences have called forth. 527. Sticking to an opinion. One person sticks to an opinion because he takes pride in having acquired it himself. Another sticks to it because he has learnt it with difficulty and is proud of having understood it, both of them therefore out of vanity. 528. Avoiding the light. Good deeds avoid the light just as anxiously as evil deeds. The latter fear that pain will result from publicity as punishment, the former fear that pleasure will vanish with publicity, the pure pleasure per se, which ceases as soon as satisfaction of vanity is added to it. 529. The length of the day. When one has much to put into them, a day has 100 pockets. 530. The genius of tyranny. When an invincible desire to obtain tyrannical power has been awakened in the soul and constantly keeps up its fervor, even a very mediocre talent in politicians, artists, etc., gradually becomes an almost irresistible natural force. 531. The enemy's life. He who lives by fighting with an enemy has an interest in the preservation of the enemy's life. 532. More important. Unexplained, obscure matters are regarded as more important than explained, clear ones. 533. Valuation of services rendered. We estimate services rendered to us according to the value set on them by those who render them, not according to the value they have for us. 534. Unhappiness. The distinction associated with unhappiness, as if it were a sign of stupidity, unambitiousness, or commonplaceness to feel happy, is so great that when any one says to us, "How happy you are," we usually protest. 535. Imagination in anguish. When one is afraid of anything, one's imagination plays the part of that evil spirit which springs on one's back just when one has the heaviest load to bear. 536. The value of insipid opponents. We sometimes remain faithful to a cause merely because its opponents never cease to be insipid. 537. The value of a profession. A profession makes us thoughtless. That is its greatest blessing, for it is a bulwark behind which we are permitted to withdraw when commonplace doubts and cares assail us. 538. Talent. Many a man's talent appears less than it is because he has always set himself too heavy tasks. 539. Youth. Youth is an unpleasant period, for then it is not possible or not prudent to be productive in any sense whatsoever. 540. Two great aims. Whoever aims publicly at great things, and at length perceives secretly that he is too weak to achieve them, has usually also insufficient strength to renounce his aims publicly, and then inevitably becomes a hypocrite. 541. In the current, mighty waters sweep many stones and shrubs away with them, mighty spirits many foolish and confused minds. 542. The dangers of intellectual emancipation. In a seriously intended intellectual emancipation, a person's mute passions and cravings also hope to find their advantage. 543. The incarnation of the mind. When anyone thinks much and to good purpose, not only his face but also his body acquires a sage look. 544. Seeing badly and hearing badly. The man who sees little always sees less than there is to see. The man who hears badly always hears something more than there is to hear. 545. Self-enjoyment in vanity. The vain man does not wish so much to be prominent as to feel himself prominent. He therefore disdains none of the expedients for self-deception and self-outwitting. It is not the opinion of others that he sets his heart on, but his opinion of their opinion. 546. Exceptionally vain. He who is usually self-sufficient becomes exceptionally vain, and keenly alive to fame and praise when he is physically ill. The more he loses himself, the more he has to endeavor to regain his position by means of the opinion of others. 547. The witty. Those who seek wit do not possess it. 548. A hint to the heads of parties. When one can make people publicly support a cause, they have also generally been brought to the point of inwardly declaring themselves in its favor, because they wish to be regarded as consistent. 549. Contempt. Man is more sensitive to the contempt of others than to self-contempt. 550. The tie of gratitude. There are servile souls who carry so far their sense of obligation for benefits received that they strangle themselves with the tie of gratitude. 551. The prophet's knack. In predicting beforehand the procedure of ordinary individuals, it must be taken for granted that they always make use of the smallest intellectual expenditure in freeing themselves from disagreeable situations. 552. Man's sole right. He who swerves from the traditional is a victim of the unusual. He who keeps to the traditional is its slave. The man is ruined in either case. 553. Below the beasts. When a man roars with laughter, he surpasses all the animals by his vulgarity. 554. Partial knowledge. He who speaks a foreign language imperfectly has more enjoyment therein than he who speaks it well. The enjoyment is with the partially initiated. 555. Dangerous helpfulness. There are people who wish to make human life harder for no other reason than to be able afterwards to offer men their life alleviating recipes. Their Christianity, for example. 556. Industriousness and conscientiousness. Industriousness and conscientiousness are often antagonists, owing to the fact that industriousness wants to pluck the fruit sour from the tree, while conscientiousness wants to let it hang too long until it falls and is bruised. 557. Casting suspicion. We endeavor to cast suspicion on persons whom we cannot endure. 558. The conditions are lacking. Many people wait all their lives for the opportunity to be good in their own way. 559. Lack of friends. Lack of friends leads to the inference that a person is envious or presumptuous. Many a man owes his friends merely to the fortunate circumstance that he has no occasion for envy. 560. Danger in manifoldness. With one talent more, we often stand less firmly than with one less, just as a table stands better on 3 feet than on 4. 561. An exemplar for others. Whoever wants to set a good example must add a grain of folly to his virtue. People then imitate their exemplar, and at the same time raise themselves above him, a thing they love to do. 562. Being a target. The bad things others say about us are often not really aimed at us, but are the manifestations of spite or ill humor, occasioned by quite different causes. 563. Easily resigned. We suffer but little on account of ungratified wishes if we have exercised our imagination in distorting the past. 564. In danger. One is in greatest danger of being run over when one has just got out of the way of a carriage. 565. The role according to the voice. Whoever is obliged to speak louder than he naturally does, say to a partially deaf person or before a large audience, usually exaggerates what he has to communicate. Many a one becomes a conspirator, malevolent gossip, or intriguer, merely because his voice is best suited for whispering. 566. Love and hatred. Love and hatred are not blind, but are dazzled by the fire which they carry about with them. 567. Advantageously persecuted. People who cannot make their merits perfectly obvious to the world endeavor to awaken a strong hostility against themselves. They have then the consolation of thinking that this hostility stands between their merits and the acknowledgment thereof, and that many others think the same thing, which is very advantageous for their recognition. 568. Confession. We forget our fault when we have confessed it to another person, but he does not generally forget it. 569. Self-sufficiency. The golden fleece of self-sufficiency is a protection against blows, but not against needle pricks. 570. Shadows in the flame. The flame is not so bright to itself as to those whom it illuminates, so also the wise man. 571. Our own opinions. The first opinion that occurs to us when we are suddenly asked about anything is not usually our own, but only the current opinion belonging to our caste, position, or family. Our own opinions seldom float on the surface. 572. The origin of courage. The ordinary man is as courageous and invulnerable as a hero when he does not see the danger, when he has no eyes for it. Reversely, the hero has his own vulnerable spot upon the back, where he has no eyes. 573. The danger in the physician. One must be born for one's physician, otherwise one comes to grief through him. 574. Marvelous vanity. Whoever has courageously prophesied the weather 3 times and has been successful in his hits acquires a certain amount of inward confidence in his prophetic gift. We give credence to the marvelous and irrational when it flatters our self-esteem. 575. A profession. A profession is the backbone of life. 576. The danger of personal influence. Whoever feels that he exercises a great inward influence over another person must give him a perfectly free rein, must in fact welcome and even induce occasional opposition, otherwise he will inevitably make an enemy. 577. Recognition of the heir. Whoever has founded something great in an unselfish spirit is careful to rear heirs for his work. It is the sign of a tyrannical and ignoble nature to see opponents in all possible heirs, and to live in a state of self-defense against them. 578. Partial knowledge. Partial knowledge is more triumphant than complete knowledge. It takes things to be simpler than they are, and so makes its theory more popular and convincing. 579. Unsuitable for a party man. Whoever thinks much is unsuitable for a party man. His thinking leads him too quickly beyond the party. 580. A bad memory. The advantage of a bad memory is that one enjoys several times the same good things for the first time. 581. Self-affliction. Want of consideration is often the sign of a discordant inner nature which craves for stupefaction. 582. Martyrs. The disciples of a martyr suffer more than the martyr. 583. Arrears of vanity. The vanity of many people who have no occasion to be vain is the inveterate habit, still surviving from the time when people had no right to the belief in themselves and only begged it in small sums from others. 584. Punctum saliens of passion. A person falling into a rage or into a violent passion of love reaches a point when the soul is full like a hogshead, but nevertheless a drop of water has still to be added, the good will for the passion, which is also generally called the evil will. This item only is necessary, and then the hogshead overflows. 585. A gloomy thought. It is with men as with the charcoal fires in the forest. It is only when young men have cooled down and have got charred like these piles that they become useful. As long as they fume and smoke they are perhaps more interesting, but they are useless and too often uncomfortable. Humanity ruthlessly uses every individual as material for the heating of its great machines. But what then is the purpose of the machines, when all individuals, that is the human race, are useful only to maintain them? Machines that are ends in themselves. Is that the humana commedia? 586. The hour hand of life. Life consists of rare single moments of the greatest importance, and of countless intervals during which at best the phantoms of those moments hover around us. Love, the spring, every fine melody, the mountains, the moon, the sea, all speak but once fully to the heart, if indeed they ever do quite attain to speech, for many people have not those moments at all, and are themselves intervals and pauses in the symphony of actual life. 587. Attack or compromise. We often make the mistake of showing violent enmity towards a tendency, party, or period, because we happen only to get a sight of its most exposed side, its stuntedness, or the inevitable faults of its virtues, perhaps because we ourselves have taken a prominent part in them. We then turn our backs on them and seek a diametrically opposite course, but the better way would be to seek out their strong good sides, or to develop them in ourselves. To be sure, a keener glance and a better will are needed to improve the becoming and the imperfect than are required to see through it in its imperfection and to deny it. 588. Modesty. There is true modesty, that is the knowledge that we are not the works we create, and it is especially becoming in a great mind, because such a mind can well grasp the thought of absolute irresponsibility, even for the good it creates. People do not hate a great man's presumptuousness, in so far as he feels his strength, but because he wishes to prove it by injuring others, by dominating them, and seeing how long they will stand it. This, as a rule, is even a proof of the absence of a secure sense of power, and makes people doubt his greatness. We must therefore beware of presumption from the standpoint of wisdom. 589. The day's first thought. The best way to begin a day well is to think, on awaking, whether we cannot give pleasure during the day to at least one person. If this could become a substitute for the religious habit of prayer, our fellow men would benefit by the change. 590. Presumption as the last consolation. When we so interpret a misfortune, an intellectual defect, or a disease, that we see therein our predestined fate, our trial, or the mysterious punishment of our former misdeeds, we thereby make our nature interesting, and exalt ourselves in imagination above our fellows. The proud sinner is a well-known figure in all religious sects. 591. The vegetation of happiness. Close beside the world's woe, and often upon its volcanic soil, man has laid out his little garden of happiness. Whether one regard life with the eyes of him who only seeks knowledge therefrom, or of him who submits and is resigned, or of him who rejoices over surmounted difficulties, everywhere one will find some happiness springing up beside the evil. And in fact always the more happiness, the more volcanic the soil has been, only it would be absurd to say that suffering itself is justified by this happiness. 592. The path of our ancestors. It is sensible when a person develops still further in himself the talent upon which his father or grandfather spent much trouble, and does not shift to something entirely new, otherwise he deprives himself of the possibility of attaining perfection in any one craft. That is why the proverb says, "Which road shouldst thou ride? That of thine ancestors." 593. Vanity and ambition as educators. As long as a person has not become an instrument of general utility, ambition may torment him. If, however, that point has been reached, if he necessarily works like a machine for the good of all, then vanity may result. It will humanize him in small matters, and make him more sociable, endurable, and considerate, when ambition has completed the coarser work of making him useful. 594. Philosophical novices. Immediately we have comprehended the wisdom of a philosopher, we go through the streets with a feeling as if we had been recreated and had become great men, for we encounter only those who are ignorant of this wisdom, and have therefore to deliver new and unknown verdicts concerning everything. Because we now recognize a law book, we think we must also comport ourselves as judges. 595. Pleasing by displeasing. People who prefer to attract attention and thereby to displease desires the same thing as those who neither wish to please nor to attract attention, only they seek it more ardently and indirectly by means of a step by which they apparently move away from their goal. They desire influence and power, and therefore show their superiority even to such an extent that it becomes disagreeable, for they know that he who has finally attained power pleases in almost all he says and does, and that even when he displeases he still seems to please. The free spirit also In a like manner the believer desire power, in order some day to please thereby. When on account of their doctrine evil, fate, persecution, dungeon, or execution threaten them, they rejoice in the thought that their teaching will thus be engraved and branded on the heart of mankind. Though its effect is remote, they accept their fate as a painful but powerful means of still attaining to power. 596. Casus Belli and the like. The prince who, for his determination to make war against his neighbor, invents a casus belli, is like a father who foists on his child a mother who is henceforth to be regarded as such, and are not almost all publicly avowed motives of action just such spurious mothers. 597. Passion and right. Nobody talks more passionately of his rights than he who, in the depths of his soul, is doubtful about them. By getting passion on his side, he seeks to confound his understanding and its doubts. He thus obtains a good conscience, and along with it, success with his fellow men. 598. The trick of the resigning one. He who protests against marriage, after the manner of Catholic priests, will conceive of it in its lowest and vulgarest form. In the same way, he who disavows the honor of his contemporaries will have a mean opinion of it. He can thus dispense with it and struggle against it more easily. Moreover, he who denies himself much in great matters will readily indulge himself in small things. It might be possible that he who is superior to the approbation of his contemporaries would nevertheless not deny himself the gratification of small vanities. 599. The years of presumption. The proper period of presumption in gifted people is between their 26th and 30th years. It is a time of early ripeness, with a large residue of sourness. On the ground of what we feel within ourselves, we demand honor and humility from men who see little or nothing of it, and because this tribute is not immediately forthcoming, we revenge ourselves by the look, the gesture of arrogance, and the tone of voice, which a keen ear and eye recognize in every product of those years, whether it be poetry, philosophy, or pictures and music. Older men of experience smile thereat and think with emotions of those beautiful years in which one resents the fate of being so much and seeming so little. Later on, one really seems more, but one has lost the good belief in being much, unless one remain for life an incorrigible fool of vanity. End of Division 9, Part 1. Division 9, Part 2 of Human, All Too Human, a Book for Free Spirits by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Helen Zimmern. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ninth Division, Part 2, Man Alone by Himself. 600. Deceptive and yet defensible. Just as in order to pass by an abyss or to cross a deep stream on a plank, we require a railing, not to hold fast by, for it would instantly break down with us, but to give the notion of security to the eye, so in youth we require persons who unconsciously render us the service of that railing. It is true they would not help us if we really wished to lean upon them in great danger, but they afford the tranquilizing sensation of protection close to one, for instance, fathers, teachers, friends, as all three usually are. 601. Learning to love. One must learn to love, one must learn to be kind, and this from childhood onwards. When education and chance give us no opportunity for the exercise of these feelings, our soul becomes dried up, and even incapable of understanding the fine devices of loving men. In the same way, hatred must be learnt and fostered when one wants to become a proficient hater, otherwise the germ of it will gradually die out. 602. Ruin as ornament. Persons who pass through numerous mental phases retain certain sentiments and habits of their earlier states, which then project like a piece of inexplicable antiquity and gray stonework into their new thought and action, often to the embellishment of the whole surroundings. 603. Love and honor. Love desires, fear avoids. That is why one cannot be both loved and honored by the same person, at least not at the same time, for he who honors recognizes power, that is to say, he fears it, he is in a state of reverential fear, Ehrfurcht. But love recognizes no power, nothing that divides, detaches, superordinates, or subordinates, because it does not honor then. Ambitious people secretly or openly resent being loved. 604. A prejudice in favor of cold natures. People who quickly take fire grow cold quickly, and therefore are, on the whole, unreliable. For those, therefore, who are always cold, or pretend to be so, there is the favorable prejudice that they are particularly trustworthy, reliable persons. They are confounded with those who take fire slowly and retain it long. 605. The danger in free opinions. Frivolous occupation with free opinions has a charm, like a kind of itching. If one yields to it further, one begins to chafe the places, until at last an open, painful wound results. That is to say, until the free opinion begins to disturb and torment us in our position in life and in our human relations. 606. Desire for sore affliction. When passion is over, it leaves behind an obscure longing for it, and even in disappearing, it casts a seductive glance at us. It must have afforded a kind of pleasure to have been beaten with this scourge. Compared with it, the more moderate sensations appear insipid. We still prefer, apparently, the more violent displeasure to languid delight. 607. Dissatisfaction with others and with the world. When, as so frequently happens, we vent our dissatisfaction on others when we are really dissatisfied with ourselves, we are in fact attempting to mystify and deceive our judgment. We desire to find a motive a posteriori for this dissatisfaction in the mistakes or deficiencies of others, and so lose sight of ourselves. Strictly religious people, who have been relentless judges of themselves, have at the same time spoken most ill of humanity generally. There has never been a saint who reserved sin for himself and virtue for others, any more than a man who, according to Buddha's rule, hides his good qualities from people and only shows his bad ones. 608. Confusion of cause and effect. Unconsciously we seek the principles and opinions which are suited to our temperament, so that at last it seems as if these principles and opinions had formed our character and given it support and stability, whereas exactly the contrary has taken place. Our thoughts and judgments are apparently to be taken subsequently as the causes of our nature, but as a matter of fact our nature is the cause of our so thinking and judging. And what induces us to play this almost unconscious comedy? Inertness and convenience, and to a large extent also the vain desire to be regarded as thoroughly consistent and homogeneous in nature and thought, for this wins respect and gives confidence and power. 609. Age in relation to truth. Young people love what is interesting and exceptional, indifferent whether it is truth or falsehood. Riper minds love what is interesting and extraordinary when it is truth. Matured minds finally love truth even in those in whom it appears plain and simple and is found tiresome by ordinary people, because they have observed that truth is in the habit of giving utterance to its highest intellectual verities with all the appearance of simplicity. 610. Men as bad poets. Just as bad poets seek a thought to fit the rhyme in the second half of the verse, so men in the second half of life, having become more scrupulous, are in the habit of seeking pursuits, positions, and conditions which suit those of their earlier life, so that outwardly all sounds well, but their life is no longer ruled and continuously determined anew by a powerful thought. In place thereof there is merely the intention of finding a rhyme. 611. Ennui and play. Necessity compels us to work, with the product of which the necessity is appeased. The ever new awakening of necessity, however, accustoms us to work. But in the intervals in which necessity is appeased, and sleep as it were, we are attacked by ennui. What is this? In a word, it is the habituation to work, which now makes itself felt as a new and additional necessity. It will be all the stronger the more a person has been accustomed to work, perhaps even the more a person has suffered from necessities. In order to escape ennui, a man either works beyond the extent of his former necessities, or he invents play, that is to say, work that is only intended to appease the general necessity for work. He who has become satiated with play, and has no new necessities impelling him to work, is sometimes attacked by the longing for a third state, which is related to play, as gliding is to dancing, as dancing is to walking, a blessed, tranquil movement. It is the artist's and philosopher's vision of happiness. 612. Lessons from pictures. If we look at a series of pictures of ourselves from the time of later childhood to the time of mature manhood, we discover with pleased surprise that the man bears more resemblance to the child than to the youth, that probably therefore, in accordance with this fact, there has been, in the interval, a temporary alienation of the fundamental character, over which the collected concentrated force of the man has again become master. With this observation, this other is also in accordance, namely, that all strong influences of passions, teachers, and political events, which in our youthful years draw us hither and thither, seem later on to be referred back again to a fixed standard. Of course they still continue to exist and operate within us, but our fundamental sentiments and opinions have now the upper hand, and use their influence perhaps as a source of strength, but are no longer merely regulative, as was perhaps the case in our twenties. Thus even the thoughts and sentiments of the man appear more in accordance with those of his childish years, and this objective fact expresses itself in the above-mentioned subjective fact. 613. The tone of voice of different ages. The tone in which youths speak, praise, blame, and versify, displeases an older person, because it is too loud, and yet at the same time dull and confused, like a sound in a vault, which acquires such a loud ring owing to the emptiness. For most of the thought of youths does not gush forth out of the fullness of their own nature, but is the accord and the echo of what has been thought, said, praised, or blamed around them. As their sentiments, however, their inclinations and aversions, resound much more forcibly than the reasons thereof, there is heard, whenever they divulge these sentiments, the dull clanging tone which is a sign of the absence of scarcity of reasons. The tone of riper age is rigorous, abruptly concise, moderately loud, but, like everything distinctly articulated, is heard very far off. Old age, finally, often brings a certain mildness and consideration into the tone of the voice, and as it were sweetens it. In many cases, to be sure, it also sours it. 614. The atavist and the forerunner. The man of unpleasant character, full of distrust, envious of the success of fellow competitors and neighbors, violent and enraged at divergent opinions, shows that he belongs to an earlier, greater culture, and is therefore an atavism. For the way in which he behaves to people was right and suitable only for an age of club law. He is an atavist. The man of a different character, rich in sympathy, winning friends everywhere, finding all that is growing and becoming amiable, rejoicing at the honors and successes of others, and claiming no privilege of solely knowing the truth, but full of modest distrust. He is a forerunner who presses up towards a higher human culture. The man of unpleasant character dates from the times when the rude basis of human intercourse had yet to be laid. The other lives on the upper floor of the edifice of culture, removed as far as possible from the howling and raging wild beast, imprisoned in the cellars. 615. Consolation for hypochondriacs. When a great thinker is temporarily subjected to hypochondriacal self-torture, he can say to himself by way of consolation, "It is thine own great strength on which this parasite feeds and grows. If thy strength were smaller, thou wouldst have less to suffer." The statesman may say just the same thing when jealousy and vengeful feeling or in a word, the tone of the bellum omnium contra omnes, for which, as the representative of a nation, he must necessarily have a great capacity, occasionally intrudes into his personal relations and makes his life hard. 616. Estranged from the present. There are great advantages in estranging oneself for once to a large extent from one's age, and being, as it were, driven back from its shores into the ocean of past views of things. Looking thence towards the coast, one commands a view, perhaps for the first time, of its aggregate formation, and when one again approaches the land, one has the advantage of understanding it better, on the whole, than those who have never left it. 617. Sowing and reaping on the field of personal defects. Men like Rousseau understand how to use their weaknesses, defects, and vices as manure for their talent. When Rousseau bewails the corruption and degeneration of society as the evil results of culture, there is a personal experience at the bottom of it, the bitterness which gives sharpness to his general condemnation and poisons the arrows with which he shoots. He unburdens himself first as an individual, and thinks of getting a remedy which, while benefiting society directly, will also benefit himself indirectly by means of society. 618. Philosophically minded. We usually endeavor to acquire one attitude of mind, one set of opinions for all situations and events of life. It is mostly called being philosophically minded. But for the acquisition of knowledge it may be of greater importance not to make ourselves thus uniform, but to hearken to the low voice of the different situations in life. These bring their own opinions with them. We thus take an intelligent interest in the life and nature of many persons by not treating ourselves as rigid, persistent, single individuals. 619. In the fire of contempt. It is a fresh step towards independence when one first dares to give utterance to opinions which it is considered as disgraceful for a person to entertain. Even friends and acquaintances are then accustomed to grow anxious. The gifted nature must also pass through this fire. It afterwards belongs far more to itself. 620. Self-sacrifice. In the event of choice, a great sacrifice is preferred to a small one, because we compensate ourselves for the great sacrifice by self-admiration, which is not possible in the case of a small one. 621. Love as an artifice. Whoever really wishes to become acquainted with something new, whether it be a person, an event, or a book, does well to take up the matter with all possible love, and to avert his eye quickly from all that seems hostile, objectionable, and false therein, in fact, to forget such things, so that, for instance, he gives the author of a book the best start possible, and straightway, just as in a race, longs with beating heart that he may reach the goal. In this manner one penetrates to the heart of the new thing, to its moving point, and this is called becoming acquainted with it. This stage having been arrived at, the understanding afterwards makes its restrictions. The overestimation and the temporary suspension of the critical pendulum were only artifices to lure forth the soul of the matter. 622. Thinking too well and too ill of the world. Whether we think too well or too ill of things, we always have the advantage of deriving therefrom a greater pleasure, for with a too good preconception we usually put more sweetness into things, experiences, than they actually contain. A too bad preconception causes a pleasant disappointment. The pleasantness that lay in the things themselves is increased by the pleasantness of the surprise. A gloomy temperament, however, will have the reverse experience in both cases. 623. Profound people. Those whose strength lies in the deepening of impressions. They are usually called profound people, are relatively self-possessed, and decided in all sudden emergencies, for in the first moment the impression is still shallow, it only then becomes deep. Long foreseen, long expected events or persons, however, excite such natures most, and make them almost incapable of eventually having presence of mind on the arrival thereof. 624. Intercourse with the higher self. Every one has his good day when he finds his higher self, and true humanity demands that a person shall be estimated according to this state, and not according to his work days of constraint and bondage. A painter, for instance, should be appraised and honored according to the most exalted vision he could see and represent. But men themselves commune very differently with this their higher self, and are frequently their own play actors, in so far as they repeatedly imitate what they are in those moments. Some stand in awe and humility before their ideal, and would fain deny it. They are afraid of their higher self, because when it speaks pretentiously. Besides, it has a ghost-like freedom of coming and staying away just as it pleases. On that account it is often called a gift of the gods, while in fact everything else is a gift of the gods, of chance. This, however, is the man himself. 625. Lonely people. Some people are so much accustomed to being alone in self-communion that they do not at all compare themselves with others, but spin out their soliloquizing life in a quiet, happy mood, conversing pleasantly and even hilariously with themselves. If, however, they are brought to the point of comparing themselves with others, they are inclined to a brooding underestimation of their own worth, so that they have first to be compelled by others to form once more a good and just opinion of themselves, and even from this acquired opinion they will always want to subtract and abate something. We must not therefore grudge certain persons their loneliness, or foolishly commiserate them on that account, as is so often done. 626. Without melody. There are persons to whom a constant repose in themselves and the harmonious ordering of all their capacities is so natural that every definite activity is repugnant to them. They resemble music which consists of nothing but prolonged harmonious accords, without even the tendency to an organized and animated melody showing itself. All external movement serves only to restore to the boat its equilibrium on the sea of harmonious euphony. Modern men usually become excessively impatient when they meet such natures, who will never be anything in the world, only it is not allowable to say of them that they are nothing. But in certain moods the sight of them raises the unusual question, why should there be melody at all? Why should it not suffice us when life mirrors itself peacefully in a deep lake? The Middle Ages were richer in such natures than our times. How seldom one now meets with any one who can live on so peacefully and happily with himself, even in the midst of the crowd, saying to himself like Goethe, "The best thing of all is the deep calm in which I live and grow in opposition to the world, and gain what it cannot take away from me with fire and sword." 627. To live and experience. If we observe how some people can deal with their experiences, their unimportant everyday experiences, so that these become soil which yields fruit thrice a year, whilst others, and how many, are driven through the surf of the most exciting adventures, the most diversified movements of times and peoples, and yet always remain light, always remain on the surface like cork. We are finally tempted to divide mankind into a minimality of those who know how to make much out of little, and a majority of those who know how to make little out of much. Indeed, we even meet with the counter sorcerers, who, instead of making the world out of nothing, make a nothing out of the world. 628. Seriousness in play. In Genoa, one evening in the twilight, I heard from a tower a long chiming of bells. It was never like to end, and sounded as if insatiable above the noise of the streets, out into the evening sky and sea air, so thrilling, and at the same time so childish and so sad. I then remembered the words of Plato, and suddenly felt the force of them in my heart. Human matters, one and all, are not worthy of great seriousness, nevertheless. 629. Conviction and justice. The requirement that a person must afterwards, when cool and sober, stand by what he says, promises, and resolves during passion, is one of the heaviest burdens that weigh upon mankind. To have to acknowledge for all future time the consequences of anger, of fiery revenge, of enthusiastic devotion, may lead to a bitterness against these feelings proportionate to the idolatry with which they are idolized, especially by artists. These cultivate to its full extent the esteem of the passions, and have always done so. To be sure, they also glorify the terrible satisfaction of the passions which a person affords himself, the outbreaks of vengeance, with death, mutilation, or voluntary banishment in their train, and the resignation of the broken heart. In any case, they keep alive curiosity about the passions. It is as if they said, without passions you have no experience whatever. Because we have sworn fidelity, perhaps even to a purely fictitious being, such as a god, because we have surrendered our heart to a prince, a party, a woman, a priestly order, an artist, or a thinker, in a state of infatuated delusion that threw a charm over us and made those beings appear worthy of all veneration and every sacrifice, are we therefore firmly and inevitably bound? Or did we not, after all, deceive ourselves then? Was there not a hypothetical promise under the tacit presupposition that those beings to whom we consecrated ourselves were really the beings they seemed to be in our imagination? Are we under obligation to be faithful to our errors, even with the knowledge that by this fidelity we may cause injury to our higher selves? No, there is no law, no obligation of that sort. We must become traitors, we must act unfaithfully, and abandon our ideals again and again. We cannot advance from one period of life into another without causing these pains of treachery and also suffering from them. Might it be necessary to guard against the ebullitions of our feelings in order to escape these pains? Would not the world then become too arid, too ghost-like for us? Rather will we ask ourselves whether these pains are necessary on a change of convictions, or whether they do not depend on a mistaken opinion and estimate. Why do we admire a person who remains true to his convictions, and despise him who changes them? I fear the answer must be, because every one takes for granted that such a change is caused only by motives of more general utility or of personal trouble. That is to say, we believe at bottom that nobody alters his opinions as long as they are advantageous to him, or at least as long as they do not cause him any harm. If it is so, however, it furnishes a bad proof of the intellectual significance of all convictions. Let us once examine how convictions arise, and let us see whether their importance is not greatly overestimated. It will thereby be seen that the change of convictions also is in all circumstances judged according to a false standard, that we have hitherto been accustomed to suffer too much from this change. 630. Conviction is belief in the possession of absolute truth on any matter of knowledge. This belief takes it for granted, therefore, that there are absolute truths, also that perfect methods have been found for attaining to them, and finally that every one who has convictions makes use of these perfect methods. All three notions show at once that the man of convictions is not the man of scientific thought. He seems to us still in the age of theoretical innocence, and is practically a child, however grown up he may be. Whole centuries, however, have been lived under the influence of those childlike presuppositions, and out of them have flowed the mightiest sources of human strength. The countless numbers who sacrificed themselves for their convictions believed they were doing it for the sake of absolute truth. They were all wrong, however. Probably no one has ever sacrificed himself for truth. At least the dogmatic expression of the faith of any such person has been unscientific, or only partly scientific. But really people wanted to carry their point because they believed that they must be in the right. To allow their belief to be wrested from them probably meant calling in question their eternal salvation. In an affair of such extreme importance, the will was too audibly the prompter of the intellect. The presupposition of every believer of every shade of belief has been that he could not be confuted. If the counter-arguments happened to be very strong, it always remained for him to decry intellect generally, and perhaps even to set up the credo quia absurdum est as the standard of extreme fanaticism. It is not the struggle of opinions that has made history so turbulent, but the struggle of belief in opinions, that is to say, of convictions. If all those who thought so highly of their convictions, who made sacrifices of all kinds for them, and spared neither honor, body, nor life in their service, had only devoted half of their energy to examining their right to adhere to this or that conviction, and by what road they arrived at it, how peaceable would the history of mankind now appear! How much more knowledge would there be! All the cruel scenes in connection with the persecution of heretics of all kinds would have been avoided, for two reasons. Firstly, because the inquisitors would above all have inquired of themselves, and would have recognized the presumption of defending absolute truth; and secondly, because the heretics themselves would, after examination, have taken no more interest in such badly established doctrines as those of all religious sectarians and orthodox believers. 631. From the ages in which it was customary to believe in the possession of absolute truth, people have inherited a profound dislike of all skeptical and relative attitudes with regard to questions of knowledge. They mostly prefer to acquiesce, for good or evil, in the convictions of those in authority, fathers, friends, teachers, princes, and they have a kind of remorse of conscience when they do not do so. This tendency is quite comprehensible, and its results furnish no ground for condemnation of the course of the development of human reason. The scientific spirit in man, however, has gradually to bring to maturity the virtue of cautious forbearance, the wise moderation, which is better known in practical than in theoretical life, and which, for instance, Goethe has represented in Antonio as an object of provocation for all Tassos; that is to say, for unscientific and at the same time inactive natures. The man of convictions has in himself the right not to comprehend the man of cautious thought, the theoretical Antonio. The scientific man, on the other hand, has no right to blame the former on that account. He takes no notice thereof, and knows, moreover, that in certain cases the former will yet cling to him, as Tasso finally clung to Antonio. 632. He who has not passed through different phases of conviction, but sticks to the faith in whose net he was first caught, is under all circumstances, just on account of this unchangeableness, a representative of atavistic culture. In accordance with this lack of culture, which always presupposes plasticity for culture, he is severe, unintelligent, unteachable, without liberality, an ever suspicious person, an unscrupulous person who has recourse to all expedients for enforcing his opinions, because he cannot conceive that there must be other opinions. He is, in such respects, perhaps a source of strength, and even wholesome in cultures that have become too emancipated and languid, but only because he strongly incites to opposition, for thereby the delicate organization of the new culture, which is forced to struggle with him, becomes strong itself. 633. In essential respects, we are still the same men as those of the time of the Reformation. How could it be otherwise? But the fact that we no longer allow ourselves certain means for promoting the triumph of our opinions distinguishes us from that age, and proves that we belong to a higher culture. He who still combats and overthrows opinions with calumnies and outbursts of rage, after the manner of the Reformation men, obviously betrays the fact that he would have burnt his adversaries had he lived in other times, and that he would have resorted to all the methods of the Inquisition if he had been an opponent of the Reformation. The Inquisition was rational at that time, for it represented nothing else than the universal application of martial law, which had to be proclaimed throughout the entire domain of the Church, and which, like all martial law, gave a right to the extremest methods, under the presupposition, of course, which we now no longer share with those people, that the Church possessed truth, and had to preserve it at all costs, and at any sacrifice, for the salvation of mankind. Now, however, one does not so readily concede to any one that he possesses the truth. Strict methods of investigation have diffused enough of distrust and precaution, that every one who violently advocates opinions in word and deed is looked upon as an enemy of our modern culture, at least as an atavist. As a matter of fact, the pathos that man possesses truth is now of very little consequence in comparison with the certainly milder and less noisy pathos of the search for truth, which is never weary of learning afresh and examining anew. 634. Moreover, the methodical search for truth is itself the outcome of those ages in which convictions were at war with each other. If the individual had not cared about his truth, that is to say, about carrying his point, there would have been no method of investigation. Thus, however, by the eternal struggle of the claims of different individuals to absolute truth, people went on step by step to find irrefragable principles, according to which the rights of the claims could be tested and the dispute settled. At first, people decided according to authorities. Later on, they criticized one another's ways and means of finding the presumed truth. In the interval there was a period when people deduced the consequences of the adverse theory, and perhaps found them to be productive of injury and unhappiness, from which it was then to be inferred by every one that the conviction of the adversary involved an error. The personal struggle of the thinker at last so sharpened his methods that real truths could be discovered, and the mistakes of former methods exposed before the eyes of all. 635. On the whole, scientific methods are at least as important results of investigation as any other results, for the scientific spirit is based upon a knowledge of method, and if the methods were lost, all the results of science could not prevent the renewed prevalence of superstition and absurdity. Clever people may learn as much as they like of the results of science, but one still notices in their conversation, and especially in the hypotheses they make, that they lack the scientific spirit. They have not the instinctive distrust of the devious courses of thinking which, in consequence of long training, has taken root in the soul of every scientific man. It is enough for them to find any kind of hypothesis on a subject; they are then all on fire for it, and imagine the matter is thereby settled. To have an opinion is with them equivalent to immediately becoming fanatical for it, and finally taking it to heart as a conviction. In the case of an unexplained matter, they become heated for the first idea that comes into their head which has any resemblance to an explanation, a course from which the worst results constantly follow, especially in the field of politics. On that account everybody should nowadays have become thoroughly acquainted with at least one science, for then surely he knows what is meant by method, and how necessary is the extremest carefulness. To women in particular this advice is to be given at present. As to those who are irretrievably the victims of all hypotheses, especially when these have the appearance of being witty, attractive, enlivening, and invigorating, indeed, on close inspection one sees that by far the greater number of educated people still desire convictions from a thinker, and nothing but convictions, and that only a small minority want certainty. The former want to be forcibly carried away in order thereby to obtain an increase of strength. The latter few have the real interest, which disregards personal advantages and the increase of strength also. The former class, who greatly predominate, are always reckoned upon when the thinker comports himself and labels himself as a genius, and thus views himself as a higher being to whom authority belongs. In so far as genius of this kind upholds the ardor of convictions and arouses distrust of the cautious and modest spirit of science, it is an enemy of truth, however much it may think itself the wooer thereof. 636. There is certainly also an entirely different species of genius, that of justice, and I cannot make up my mind to estimate it lower than any kind of philosophical, political, or artistic genius. Its peculiarity is to go, with heartfelt aversion, out of the way of everything that blinds and confuses people's judgment of things. It is consequently an adversary of convictions, for it wants to give their own to all, whether they be living or dead, real or imaginary, and for that purpose it must know thoroughly. It therefore places everything in the best light, and goes around it with careful eyes. Finally, it will even give to its adversary the blind or short-sighted conviction, as men call it. Among women it is called faith, what is due to conviction, for the sake of truth. 637. Opinions evolve out of passions. Indolence of intellect allows those to congeal into convictions. He, however, who is conscious of himself as a free, restless, lively spirit, can prevent this congelation by constant change. And if he is altogether a thinking snowball, he will not have opinions in his head at all, but only certainties and properly estimated probabilities. But we who are of a mixed nature, alternately inspired with ardor and chilled through and through by the intellect, want to kneel before justice as the only goddess we acknowledge. The fire in us generally makes us unjust and impure in the eyes of our goddess. In this condition we are not permitted to take her hand, and the serious smile of her approval never rests upon us. We reverence her as the veiled Isis of our life. With shame we offer her our pain as penance, and sacrifice when the fire threatens to burn and consume us. It is the intellect that saves us from being utterly burnt and reduced to ashes. It occasionally drags us away from the sacrificial altar of justice, or enwraps us in a garment of asbestos. Liberated from the fire and impelled by the intellect, we then pass from opinion to opinion through the change of parties, as noble betrayers of all things that can in any way be betrayed, and nevertheless without a feeling of guilt. 638. The Wanderer. He who has attained intellectual emancipation to any extent cannot for a long time regard himself otherwise than as a wanderer on the face of the earth, and not even as a traveler towards a final goal, for there is no such thing. But he certainly wants to observe and keep his eyes open to whatever actually happens in the world. Therefore he cannot attach his heart too firmly to anything individual. He must have in himself something wandering, that takes pleasure in change and transitoriness. To be sure, such a man will have bad nights when he is weary and finds the gates of the town that should offer him rest closed. Perhaps he may also find that, as in the East, the desert reaches to the gates, that wild beasts howl far and near, that a strong wind arises, and that robbers take away his beasts of burden. Then the dreadful night closes over him like a second desert upon the desert, and his heart grows weary of wandering. Then, when the morning sun rises upon him, glowing like a deity of anger, when the town is opened, he sees perhaps in the faces of the dwellers therein still more desert, uncleanliness, deceit, and insecurity than outside the gates, and the day is almost worse than the night. Thus it may occasionally happen to the wanderer, but then there come as compensation the delightful mornings of other lands and days, when already in the gray of the dawn he sees the throng of muses dancing by close to him in the midst of the mountain, when afterwards in the symmetry of his ante-meridian soul he strolls silently under the trees, out of whose crests and leafy hiding places all manner of good and bright things are flung to him, the gifts of all the free spirits who are at home in mountains, forests, and solitudes, and who, like himself, alternately merry and thoughtful, are wanderers and philosophers. Born of the secrets of the early dawn, they ponder the question how the day, between the hours of 10 and 12, can have such a pure, transparent, and gloriously cheerful countenance. They seek the ante-meridian philosophy. End of Division 9, Part 2. An Epode of Human, All Too Human, a book for free spirits by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Helen Zimmern. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An Epode Among Friends, translated by T. Common. Nice when mute we lie a-dreaming, nicer still when we are laughing, 'neath the sky heaven's chariot speeding, on the moss the book a-reading. Sweetly, loud, with friends all laughing, joyous, with white teeth a-gleaming. Do I well? We're mute and humble. Do I ill? We'll laugh exceeding. Make it worse and worse, unheeding, worse proceeding, more laughs needing, till into the grave we stumble. Friends, yea, so shall it obtain. Amen, till we meet again. 2. No excuses need be started. Give, ye glad ones, open-hearted, to this foolish book before you. Ear and heart and lodging meet. Trust me, 'twas not meant to bore you, though of folly I may treat. What I find, seek, and am needing, was it e'er in book for reading? Honor now, fools, in my name, learn from out this book by reading, how our sense from reason came. Thus, my friends, shall it obtain. Amen, till we meet again. End of An Epode. End of Human, All Too Human, a book for free spirits by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Helen Zimmern, 1846 to 1934.